Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Alex. Handling warm family. You can't get it in your trip? You got that money? You got that money?
Steve, everybody's about finished eating, haven't you? But I think we'll go ahead and get the meeting started. Before we do, I want to acknowledge the presence of a number of visitors here today. We got Jim Sala with us, Jim Touchstone, Dan Ory, all of the AFL-CIO staff, Brother Dees with the Appalachian Council, and another very distinguished gentleman that perhaps some of you might not know. Those of us who've been around for several years learned to respect and admire this gentleman for many years. He's our guest here today, Brother Sims from Columbus, who's been a regular attender of many of our conventions. He hasn't been with us for the last several years because of his health, but we are happy to have Brother Sims with us today, and I'd like to ask all of you to stand and see if Brother Sims would give the invocation before we start the meeting. Brother Sims?
May the good Lord bless and keep us, and cause his face to shine upon us, and give us hearts full of love for all mankind. We humbly beg in Christ's name. Amen.
We'd like to invite all of our visitors to stay with us for the meeting. But in the event you have other things to take care of and can't, then we'll understand. But you're all welcome to sit through the whole meeting if your schedules will permit. Brother Jones Fitzhugh, the president of the Hinds County, of the Jackson Area Central Labor Council, wears several other hats, is with us here today. He is chairman of a committee that was set up several weeks back to interview candidates for Congress from the 4th Congressional District, and we would like to afford him an opportunity to tell the board about his committee's activity and perhaps some of the recommendations that they have before we get into that particular part of our meeting. I've advised Brother Fitzhugh we'd let him have the first shot at you because he's got some other things he has to do and won't be able to spend the entire afternoon with us. So Brother Fitzhugh, we're happy to have you here, and it's now yours.
Thank you, Brother Nancy. committee was formed out of a meeting that we had in Brookhaven. And we met with the congressional candidates on August 14th. We met with the Democrat candidate and the Republican candidate and tried to get a hold of the American Party candidate and was unsuccessful. We met with Thad Cochran first, and then we met with Sterling Davis. Thad Cochran's remarks and answers to the question was very informative. He was frank when he was against labor. He told us he was against it. For example, he's against strikers having food stamps, and he was frank with us. And there is quite a bit in the labor movement that he's not familiar with, and he's willing to listen and try to get us to persuade him otherwise. Even on the food stamp issue. But when we interviewed Sterling Davis at accident, his position on every question was yes, whatever labor's position is. And that was his total position. And was whatever labor thinks. For example, one question we asked him about sport education. He said that he was for a man being promoted on the job if he was qualified to do that job, regardless of his education. We weren't talking about on the job, we was talking about education. We feel like that he just hadn't got it. And the committee discussed this at some length, and they voted unanimously not to make an endorsement in the 4th Congressional District and to have a caucus tomorrow and recommend this to the delegates from the 4th Congressional District. I think if it hadn't been for the efforts put forth in the 5th Congressional District, the presidential campaign, and a lot of other matters, I believe the committee would have endorsed that document. This is not saying that we
come out with no endorsement.
And this is not saying that we think that Thad Cochran is a great congressman. We do think he's better than we've had in quite a while.
Yeah.
And was, as you know, he's voted to override the president's veto on about 4 occasions.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit unique for Republicans. But we wonder in our minds if the Democrat candidate will agree to everything we say. When he meets with the other side, will he agree to everything they say? And I might add that we had a member of this committee that works with that Democrat candidate, and we didn't have any opposition to the vote on making a non-endorsement.
Had who now?
Una Madison works with
Oh,
Sterling Davis.
right.
And we didn't have anybody to vote against the motion.
Una was present.
Right.
I think it's important everybody understand this, because if you remember at our COOP convention last year, Una and some of the people in Vicksburg were the ones that seemed bound to be down. They were going to endorse Sterling Davis for insurance.
Insurance commissioner was running for him.
Yeah, right. Well, that is interesting to take note that Una Masterson and the people from that area over there were with you on that no endorsement thing. And you say you want a caucus with the delegates from the 4th tomorrow and abide by the recommendations of that caucus.
Right. And it will be the recommendation from the committee that at that caucus vote for no endorsement.
Okay. Mighty good. Does everybody understand that? Does anybody have any questions they'd like to ask Brother Fitzhugh? Well, the resolution that we drafted and got out to the members of the board and advise you that we didn't hear from any objection from anybody by such and such date, and we'd assume that everybody were in accord with the resolution. We haven't received any any notice to the contrary, and I assume that that resolution on endorsing the position of the AFL-CIO on the presidential thing and the action taken in the 5th Congressional District has met your approval. Now, that resolution, as it stands, will, in effect, support the recommendations of this committee on no endorsement, because we are only taking affirmative action on 2 situations. So if we don't have any questions, Brother Fitzhugh, could we get a motion that the executive board support the position of Brother Fitzhugh and his committee and his caucus?
Mr. Chairman, I so move.
I second.
Any discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, Brother Fitzhugh, we'll do our best to see if we can arrange, maybe get through a little ahead of lunch tomorrow, and perhaps you could have a caucus of the 4th congressional delegates before lunch. We passed out a roughed out agenda of the convention tomorrow. With a little luck, we ought to wind up, I'd say, around 11:45. Okay? Appreciate it, Brother Fitzhugh. You're welcome to spend the afternoon with us if you like, but if you got other things to do, we understand. Okay? We'll see you tomorrow. Okay. We had thought that maybe Ed Lowe would get here for lunch. I thought he was going to get in here about 12 o'clock. He's the chairman of the 5th District Committee. Of course, the board voted some months back to go all out in that situation, but we thought if he was here, we'd ask him to eat with us and perhaps give you folks a resume of what's going on. Maybe he'll get here before the meeting is over with. If he does, then we'll ask him to come in and have a few words to say. Of course, Brother Knight, myself, and Brother Jackson, and a few more of you that have been involved in that situation, I'm sure will want to make a report of sorts before this meeting is over with. I think perhaps we'll now get to the Executive Committee minutes, meeting of the Executive Committee meeting on August the 5th. Copies of these minutes were mailed out to the entire board. There's only a couple of items there that of any real pertinence. The primary purpose of this meeting, the main reason it was called, was because we found that we had to make some necessary changes in our retirement plan, severance pay plan, as the case might be, in order to get in compliance with the Pension Retirement Act passed by the Congress a couple of years back. And so we had that Executive Committee meeting primarily to take care of that matter. And while we had the meeting, we had several other things that we did get the committee to act on. But that was the primary purpose of the meeting. I'd like to present those minutes to you and see if you want to prove the action of the Executive Committee, especially in that respect. And then if you have any questions, we'll try to answer them for you. What's your pleasure? Did everybody get the minutes of the committee meeting? I'm talking about the August 5th meeting. Can we get a motion to approve the action of the committee, Executive Committee? Mr. Hollowell offered a motion for the board to approve the actions of the Executive Committee. And a second on that motion?
I second the motion.
Do we have any discussion? Do we have any questions about that business that was transacted there? If not, all in favor of the motion to approve the Executive Committee actions on August the 5th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried, so ordered. Okay, now, let's start with the resolution, the number one resolution that we mailed out. You've got two, that have been passed out to you. One that, was submitted to us by Dan Powell that, they wanted us to take some action on setting up these local COPE committees. The other one on the endorsement of the president, vice president, and the action in the 5th Congressional District. So let's take up the resolution on the presidential situation first. All of you got copies of that resolution. Would you like to have a couple of minutes to reread it, study it a little bit? What we really did was to simply reproduce the statement adopted by the Executive Council verbatim. Didn't even retype it, just shot a picture of it and reproduced it with a few whereases at the end. Can we get a motion to adopt that resolution?
Mr. Chairman, I so move.
In a second. Okay, do we have any discussion now on that motion? All right, all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now let's take up the other resolution. Have all of you had a chance to read it? It's short. Might want Brother Knight to read it, maybe. Everybody read it?
Nothing wrong with it.
Right. Well, we don't think so, and of course, most of the locals have done this already. Can we get a motion to adopt that resolution? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that motion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. I see right now you folks want to make this a short meeting. We'll try to do our best to accommodate you. The next item I'd like to review with you is the committee assignments. Of course, this being a COPE convention, a one-day affair, we'll need a limited number of committees, but it is necessary to have a restoration committee, rules committee, and some sergeant at arms. I would propose that Brother Knight present the resolutions to the convention in behalf of the executive board. I thought we'd handle those resolutions in that fashion if it's all right with the board. Which means that the committees you have before you is the only committees really that we need. You might want to look those over. They're subject to approval or disapproval. If you got somebody you'd like to put on there, we'd be glad to put them on there.
If there's anybody you won't take it off other than yourself.
So that's good, that's
Oh,
right.
notice he got that.
That's what we're
Right.
fussing about.
You didn't think I was gonna say that.
When you started off, I thought when you finished, I just raised my hand, but you
Yeah.
Other than yourself.
throwed me a curve.
Mr. Chairman, if it's necessary and I'm in order, I'd like to offer a motion that the committee assignments be adopted as submitted.
Okay, very good. Second to that motion?
Oh, Joe will, right quick.
Before he gets
Did
hooked?
we miss him?
Yeah, we did.
Well, we had got the whole board, several members of the board's not on here. We tried to pick out a couple of good Husky ones for sergeant at arms. I guess you took note of that.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Brother Woodson, we of course have, in line with our discussion, have got revised the rules of the last COPE convention, run all sufficient copies for you, and as you will take note, we've got several members of the board on that committee with you, but a couple of them are not even here.
Yeah, Brother
But,
Ramsey,
yeah.
Ms. Phillips has already supplied me with enough copies of the rules for each committee member. At the appropriate time, I call them in the session and we'll be ready.
Okay, all right, let me say this to you and to Brother Jackson. I'd like for you to take a look at the agenda that you got before you. This being a one-day affair, it's absolutely necessary, of course, that we get people registered and get some of these preliminaries out of the way as rapidly as possible. If you'll notice, I've got the report of the Credentials Committee at 11:50.
Right.
We might get to that point a little sooner, but anyhow, as soon as be prepared with your report when the film is over with, you know, whatever time that is.
End of the film.
End of the film. And Brother Woodson, if you would, you come on up with Brother Jackson, and we'll take your report and get the rules adopted immediately after the delegates are seated.
Okay.
All right. Now, I've told Brother...
We don't want the more than half of this convention to go by without having the
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Well, but the business session where we might need the rules won't come up till the afternoon.
I was told that Jackson State football game is going to
Cut in on our
lose
agenda.
us some delegates after lunch.
Probably will. Probably will. And then, of course, we lost the governor to Hattiesburg.
Oh, the big game.
Well, they got the dedication of the
Yeah.
stadium, and
They
the whole
expect-
damn legislature, and everybody's going to
They
Hattiesburg in the
expected
morning.
33,000
Yeah.
people to converge on
But
Hattiesburg
these
today and tomorrow.
football-
Just as well I've gone.
These football games are gonna play hell with our convention tomorrow.
That should boost the economy down there for at least
Yeah.
a weekend.
Okay.
That they could call Stevens. I don't know, they tried it.
We have Brother D's present with us here this afternoon. A member of our board who needs no introduction. He's been having quite a bit of activity going on in the state with various and sundry programs. Some of you've been working with him. I took note, Brother Underwood, that you got a program in your plant that Brother D's helped put together, and I was in a meeting. The reason I mention this, I was in a meeting back a couple of months back with your personnel director up there. I forget his name, but this business group. What's the name of it? Now I want to say SBS, not that. It's the anyhow, it's a similar type program, and he was there, and he's very complimentary of the program that he's got in your plant. Brother Dees, would you like to have a few remarks to say to the board, maybe tell them some of the things you've got going on, anything you might have on your mind?
We'll take any free money up our way. Most of you know that Southwestern Council come into the state of Mississippi in '72. And I've had quite a job of convincing a lot of the companies and local unions that they wasn't gonna be in trouble with the Department of Labor in Washington by using some of this money to train some of their members and some of their employees. That Mississippi needs to get their part up. And we're gaining each year. This year they allotted, our council did, X number of dollars to each coordinator in the 12 states. Some states have 4 coordinators and some have 1. So we all got the same amount of training dollars to spend. We was awarded the contract November the 15th. And I tried to staff conference in December. We was told to try to set the programs up where they would go the full year, but they knew we didn't have enough money. But if any coordinator couldn't use his money, he would pull it back in and give it to one that could. So we was lucky enough to get a little additional money back out of some other state this year, and all that's spent. I will have to say that I'm making good progress with the building trade locals, which I didn't make any with to start with. But I think they're seeing where they can take it and use to train their apprentices, put it in their apprenticeship program, and use the money and help better their program. And here we have Appalachian Voice
newspaper that's bulletin that's put out. This is a June issue. I meant to bring the July, but I hadn't been home since August the 30th. It's at home. I picked these up at the office, Ramsey's office. And this is the trainees help on Mississippi nuclear plants. And I want to pass this out. And also, I want you to look on the inside. Take note of that. I can't pronounce the man's name. Slacker, one that Reagan appointed as vice president running mate, spoke at our board meeting in Washington. And read his speech of how in the world Reagan could pick him after he said what he said here, but his running mate, I don't know. Then on the back, one of our board members, they've covered all 12 of them. This one just so happened to have President of Mississippi AFL-CIO labor biography, I guess you say biography, or what you call it, his life history of labor. I'd like to pass these out. If any of you need more than one to carry back to your members, I think I've got a few extras here. And some of you are on this mailing list, some of you are not. And I'm planning on trying to get each one of our board members on it.
I don't believe I get it.
The guy who wrote that thing kind of went overboard with it.
Well, I wouldn't say he did. He's done a lot of work in doing it. I didn't write it.
Did he say antibiotics?
I don't know what I said.
Might be antibiotics.
He did say that.
You've had those before, haven't you, antibiotics?
Right, plenty of them. Right.
Anybody want an extra one now?
I think you ought to set an abbreviated biography, or however you want to describe it.
Don't let everybody get one.
He can have them, I can't read.
Well, get someone to read two. Everybody get one.
Well,
Anybody want extra?
Brother Dees, we're happy to have you here with us today, and I want you to know we all appreciate the fine work you're doing. I just wished you had a little more money.
Well, I do too, and we're hoping to get more money next year and to get more activity in the state. Or if anybody needs it, I say labor needs it in Mississippi. Of course, I told you before that most of you that the reason this program came about was that they're afraid that all of this money that the government was going to spend on training would be funneled down through the politicians and such people as us in Mississippi and other states. The labor movement that the politicians are wholly against wouldn't get any. And this is one way that we can get some of it in our state and through the AFL-CIO Appalachian Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Dees. We have a couple of other programs, of course, that we have been involved in and sponsoring over a period of years. Were recently successful in finally convincing the CEDAW Society here to fund the recruitment and training program with the building trade unions in the northeastern part of the state. Brother Taylor is here with us today. Marvin, I think it would be appropriate this time for you to give the board a report on that program, the fact that it's in your office building and anything else that's going on up there. Would you like to do that at this point?
This is a little bit unexpected, but just kind of...
Just off the top of your head.
So, shooting from the hip or the top of your head, as the case may be, we did get that program set up around August the 1st. We have had just a little bit of trouble in getting it put together and getting it off of the ground, but I think we pretty well have at this date. In fact, the business I can see, as far as the carpenters are concerned, being a carpenter, being a construction local union, and maybe employing a little bit more people generally on jobs and some of the other trades, it's certainly going to fill a need as far as we're concerned. In fact, they have been able, at this date, to recruit about 25 people for the carpenters. Our training program, now you might understand this if you don't already. These people does not do training. They recruit for the various trades that need their services. That's it in a nutshell. So we had a need for that sort of thing ourselves. And they have filled that vacuum, I'd say, perfectly. We have, as a result of their efforts, and we are registering up, and we have already registered about 25 people in the program, and we will set up our training program through our international office, possibly around the 1st of October. We'll have a related class, and we'll have on-job training. I will be pretty well as secretary of the apprentice committee. This is a balanced committee, so some of the people in the plants may not know this and may not care anything about it, but the building trades understand it very well. The apprenticeship and training committee is a balanced committee with an equal number of management personnel along with the labor, and they administer this program as far as the training of apprentices concerned. So I'd say we're getting, as far as we're concerned, we're getting off to a real good start, and I think it will fill a need in that particular part of the country due to the amount of work that's being contemplated, underway presently, and what is contemplated in the future. Thank you very much.
I realize I kind of caught you off guard there, but I felt like that you didn't need any time to prepare for that type of report.
Well, most of the time when you're not prepared,
Yeah.
it takes a little longer. That's only if you're in an indulgent group.
Well, Brother Turner also is involved in that program. As a matter of fact, his local union is one of the unions that has jurisdiction on that Tom Bigby Waterway project over there. He has also been involved in this situation, and I think perhaps I might mention to you that Brother Harris, the business agent of the Plaster Cement Finishers Union in Columbus, who many of you perhaps know, was hired as the director of this program. And of course, he's been active with the labor movement over there for many, many years. Member of Lewis's union also, same union. Lewis, I wonder if you got any comments, anything you'd like to add to what Marvin had to say about that program?
Yeah, what Marvin said is true, and for our part there, but we're not going to have too many people employed on the Tennessee Tom Bigby. They keep giving me different figures that what we will have out there. But I will say at the present time, we have about 6 working regular on the night shift there, and we haven't added anyone on the day shift. And as far as our TP, we have recruited about 5 through their office, other than the other 25 that I supplied as well. And so the office is doing a good job in both tutoring and finding these employees for
recruiting and tutoring.
Right, he's doing a good job up there, and I think it's going to be a asset to all crafts that we will have jurisdiction over Tennessee Tom Bigby. They're doing a wonderful job.
Of course, a lot, depends on whether or not we're successful in trying to make sure that fair contractors get the job. The big battle in that situation, of course, is in that area. If the open shop contractors get the job, then it's going to be pretty hard for us to work with those people. And the main object, one of the main objects, I don't mind telling all of you, you're in this particular situation. As I viewed this program, it was needed. Recruitment of minorities for the trades, of course, it was needed. But one of the main things here is that by working this program in with the building trades, and I think it's going to strengthen our hands in final analysis and the area of getting the work for the fair contractors. I think that ought to be said as well. And of course, the main part of that work up there, the contracts haven't been let yet. Sometime when we got a little time, I'd like to invite the Corps of Engineers to come in and make a board meeting, let him throw his slides on the board and let you folks see what a project that is up there. Some of you from that part of the state perhaps have been keeping up with it and know what we're talking about. Perhaps some of you are not. But I've sat through several of those orientation sessions, and I've really been impressed with the magnitude of that job. It just so happens this is going to be the biggest undertaking in this continental United States in terms of the magnitude of the job. It's a bigger project than the construction of the Panama Canal. They're going to cut through that divide, what they call a divide cut up there at Iuka, where there's a ridge, when the Tombigbee comes this way and the Mississippi that way, the Tennessee ties in eventually. And it's going to be a series of locks and dams to get the barges on down. It's a hell of a project. Of course, your section over there around West Point's affected. That whole northeast part of the state. And, it's something that the labor movement has been pushing for years and years. I remember, Marvin, you've been down here. We've had resolutions before conventions and stuff like that, and it was if you're pardon the expression, it took a hell of a lot of hard work to ever convince the Congress of the United States to appropriate the money for the project. All of our congressional delegation, the senators, and everybody been involved in it. And, once we got it going, and I felt that our concerns at that point was programs and training program, what have you, for the building trades unions, do everything we can to make sure that it's done by fair contractors. I just thought this board here ought to be kind of made aware of where we are at this particular time. I understand we do have a problem with open shop contractors even now. Brother Tucker, would you have any comments on this that you'd like to make at this time?
Well, we was made aware of the fact that Daniels International is moving into the area.
Yeah.
And they're moving in there to stay. I know they've got one job under construction, an ammonia plant, and unofficially they've got the big addition at Aberdeen, about $15 million on Conoco. So we got the problem there that they gonna move in where the work is and stay there, and we need some help from the governor of the state of Mississippi to get involved. They get involved in the bridges, the political thing, so they need to get involved in this other work too.
We'll talk about some of the problems of the governor and that kind of stuff later on. We got a problem there too. When you mentioned the word Daniels, there's nobody here from the Gulf Coast, I don't believe, but maybe for Jim Touchstone's benefit, some of the rest of you maybe. I just learned last week of a situation that's a little bit disturbing. Building trades unions have been doing the maintenance work at the Standard Oil Refinery in Pascagoula for many years. They've had contracts with contractors that did the maintenance work. And I've had to get involved in some of the problems down there from time to time. For instance, back a couple of years back when they expanded that refinery, I wound up in a meeting in Pascagoula with the Jody George, the Vice President Charge of Industrial Relations for the company, along with the management of the plant, building trades, the whole bit. It worked out, I thought, was a very good project agreement, and I think I even sent you all copies of a congratulatory letter on that thing. Well, and of course, since that time, I've had to be in touch with Jody about some problems affecting individual unions. Well, last week I got a call from the business agent of the Carpenters Union, Walnut. He's upset over a problem that he had. So I called Jody George, and this is what I learned, and this is what I want you to make a mental note on. George, of course, had told me in some of our previous discussions that there was an internal battle going on in Standard Oil, that they wanted to let open shop contractors have that work, you know, but that he had prevailed up to this point. So last week I called him in Louisville after the call from Goliath, and I learned from him that this company is in the process of reorganizing. They're going to call themselves Chevron something or another. Anyhow, it's a complete new reorganization of the company, something like Exxon now, you know, something like that. And that they are in the process of abolishing a lot of their past practices and policies. He is, they're taking him off of his job. He's getting the axe. He's no longer going to be in charge of industrial relations. And they are going to let the contract work in that refinery to Daniels Construction Company. So, you know, we got our problems out there. But this is a situation that's been down there for years and years, you know. I just thought you guys, that maybe some of you that if occasion arose, that at least you knew what the situation was.
Well, you got Brown and Root on that Mississippi.
Brown and Root, yeah. We got real problems, no question about it, real problems.
Claude, I think since speaking about the bridges up there, you know the conflict that's been going on concerning those 10 bridges on the left. And last week I believe it was, the State Building Commission, they put out a portfolio of the bridge, the main bridge that's going across Tennessee Tom Bigby, and the design that the state engineer has designed, a sketch of it, they cut it 1 mile off the approach to that bridge, and I think that's dangerous. Because 1 mile from the approach to the bridge, from the bridge that was originally designed by this firm in New York City, a rough sketch of it. It also say the state that they're about $2 million they're cutting on this particular bridge, they're cutting 1 mile off the approach to that bridge. And that can be dangerous. With that much water involved, if it wants to ever get out.
We just run up like that.
That's
huh?
right.
No gradual approach to it.
And I think we should, the office should keep an eye on it. I know we are.
Right. Well, of course, we got all kinds of problems up there, no question about it. Kind of griped you a little bit after as hard as we worked, as hard as I worked, especially along with some other folks finally getting their bill through to fund those bridges, and to see the way things began to happen right after the legislature got out of here.
Philip had a man down here in the governor's office for about a week and a half, talking to the governor about that bridge. Now, Philip, he's one of our notorious non-union contractors in the area up there. And I understand that he had something to do with the cutting 1 mile off to the approach of that bridge. I'm not too sure that he might wind up with all 10 of those bridges up there, which I hate to see him with. Claude, I might say that I believe they got some engineers up there that don't know nothing. From what little I've dealt with it, they got engineers up there that's saying that they gonna back water up some of these creeks and rivers going into the Tom Bigby. In other words, they're gonna fill the creek full of water at this point, and up here at this point, between that point, this high point here and this point here, with the creek empty now, and they're gonna fill it full of water here. There's not gonna be any overflow in there no more than it was. I'd like for somebody to explain to me how you fill something up down here and dump the same amount of water in it, and there ain't gonna be no more overflow. I hadn't been able to get them to, but that's what they tell me.
You must know something nobody else knows.
I believe they have. They've got some engineers that figured out something nobody else had. The reason I know they're gonna back water on my place.
You'll sell it to a
As bad as that bridge they
I'm gonna
just
try
got
to.
built, they gotta tear down.
That's right.
They worked on that 10 years, get high enough to fit the Tom Bigby, and then when they got through, it wasn't enough. They wanted to take it out.
I went around that old rough road over there at Columbus so many times, I tore my car up.
Ain't
and
they
they
gonna
said-
take that bridge out?
Yeah, they said,
Well, I know.
well, we've got to get the plans on this bridge so when the Tennessee Tom Bigby comes through, it'll be all,
It'll fit.
It'll fit.
It'll fit. I think
First, when they finally passed it, they said it won't fit. Had all them
But
engineers
it's
down
got
there.
built in.
Well, okay, let's move on to another item that I'd like to bring up with you. We only got a couple of other things here, and we'll just about have the main business out of the way. I think perhaps most of you aware of the fact that Louisiana, the right-to-work forces recently was successful in reenacting a right-to-work law in the state of Louisiana. I suspect most of you aware of this. If you're not, then this did happen during their last session of the legislature. But I'm wondering how many of you aware of the fact that the Arkansas labor movement is in the process of trying to initiate a referendum on the repeal of their so-called right-to-work law. Are all of you familiar with this?
It's not an appeal, Claude, it's an amendment. They're
Yeah,
gonna
right.
amend it.
Well, amendment.
It's not an appeal.
Right.
They got 3 amendments.
Right. Well, anyhow, Brother Knight attended a meeting over in, was it Dallas, Tom?
Yeah.
The other day, and of course, the officers of the Arkansas Labor Council was there, and he come back and we talked a little bit and decided that maybe we ought to make a contribution of sorts to that fight over there. So I didn't think anybody object to a contribution of a couple of $100, so we sent them $200 to help defray the fight over there. And then Tom was at this meeting. He'll probably want to comment on that situation to you. But I got this wire here from Bill Becker yesterday, and I'd like to read to you. The labor movement has just won, talking about the Arkansas labor, the labor movement has just won key victories before the Arkansas Supreme Court. It has rebuffed efforts by so-called right-to-work forces to get Amendment 59 ruled off ballot. The issue will be decided November the 22nd.
I thought that was second, that must be a misprint. That's second.
November 2nd. That's what I say, must be a misprint. Banks have started crash fundraising effort to keep right to work here. We urgently need more funds for our media campaign. Can you help? Signed, J. Bill Becker, Chairman, United Labor of Arkansas, street address, so forth, so forth. I got this yesterday. Apparently the right-to-work forces, they didn't think, I guess, that the court would approve their petition to get this on the ballot. They hadn't been getting much flack from the business community until just now. Tom, maybe you might want to comment on this a little bit. I think perhaps we might want this board to authorize sending a little more money maybe.
Yeah, I might talk about it just a minute. It was rather encouraging. Claude and I have talked about it several times since it started there. You know, they have the initiative referendum over there. And they needed 55,000 names on petitions to be able to get on the ballot. Well, they've got 140-something thousand names. And of course, the reason for this court decision was that the business community, the right to workforce, had directed all of their attack towards trying to discredit the petitions on a number of different grounds and keep them. They never did really feel that labor would get on the ballot. So they haven't really cranked up their campaign. And that's why Bill Becker worded this thing like he did. They advised us last Monday over there that they had just won this decision in the court They certified all of the names as being valid, qualified electors, and they had fulfilled or met all the requirements to get on the ballot in November. And I found out one thing that will shock me and it'll shock you when I tell you. The president of the Arkansas Junior Chamber of Commerce is working with labor and the other groups in this fight. I told him I wish they'd make a picture of that dude and send it over to him. You know, I just couldn't believe it. But it was rather encouraging when I found out that they have collected up to this point over $350,000. Now, the AFL-CIO itself has made a considerable contribution. But I understand almost all of the international unions that have locals of any size, or membership of any size, have made some contribution. They have passed the hat in all of the local unions. They've made a number of other state organizations. One of them went over to Oklahoma. They passed the hat on the floor of the state AFL-CIO convention, got $800. Vic Busey was present at this meeting, and he, of course, elaborated on their problems, and I'd like to go into that in just a minute. But anyway, he assured Brother Jacobs from Arkansas that as soon as he got back to Baton Rouge, there'd be a check in the mail from the Louisiana AFL-CIO. So it's real encouraging to know that, you know, the labor movement in a state can put together this kind of momentum that they've apparently got. And he had some of the copies of some of the radio tapes that they've made. They're going on television. In other words, the campaign is just starting. The struggle they've been in, of course, was to get the signatures and get on the ballot. Now that that's been settled, they are now fixing to crank up, and they've got a speakers bureau. They're seeking invitations to every group of people that will listen. So they're really going all out, and they have taken a poll, or had. I think they got the results on Friday before this meeting last Monday. And the poll now shows that 43% of the people in Arkansas are going to support the amendment. In other words, they're with labor. 40% is opposed to it, and 17% undecided. So they're 3% ahead right now. And I just told Gerald Jacobs, I said, I'll be honest with you, I didn't think you'd ever get this far. But they have really gone at it. But you'll see the National Right to Work forces, you know, they'll be in there with a trainload of money. And you talk about the propaganda, it'll be waist deep to a giraffe by the end of this campaign. But at least they are really moving, and it's encouraging to know that you can crank people up and fire them up to the extent which they've apparently cranked them up on.
Tom, let me ask you a question. I missed part of what you said. As of about the 10th of September, the National Right to Work Committee hadn't really started a campaign. Have they started yet?
Well,
We were just concerned about it. I just read them a wire, read the board a wire. I got the Bill Becker yesterday, and this is what it said. It's short. I'll read it again for your benefit. The labor movement has just won key victory before the Arkansas Supreme Court. It has rebuffed efforts by so-called right-to-work forces to get Amendment 59 ruled off ballot. The issue will be decided November the 2nd. Banks have started crash fundraising efforts to keep right-to-work here. We recently need more funds for our media campaign. Can you help? Signed, Bill Becker. Yes,
Yeah, I knew at that time we were concerned about the court case and that they really hadn't showed up yet.
Well, this, you see,
now they probably will.
You see, Jim, all of their effort has been directed toward, they really thought they'd keep it off the ballot. See, they haven't really begun their campaign, but their efforts have been directed towards keeping them off the ballot. But that, the court says, the Supreme Court says they have got the necessary number of names 3 times more than they needed. And they have been certified, so now the real fight has just started.
That's good, because we honestly thought we might lose that.
Yeah.
Right. But anyway, it's really encouraging when you hear how they've been able to put this thing together. In this meeting, of course, Vic Busey was there. The purpose of this meeting was this: there's an organization called the Southwest Central States AFL-CIO Council. Now, we were in it. I was on the committee that helped organize it. And we dropped out of it. There's about 10 or 12 states in it now. And that was a meeting of this council that was held. And of course, all of the right to work states, which is 20, was invited. Now, there was only 10 states showed up for a number of different reasons, people with conflicts and schedules. But anyway, the purpose of this meeting, and of course Frank Indy was there representing the Washington office, and incidentally, he's in Little Rock full time.
Him and about 8 other people.
And the purpose of this thing was called to talk about the effort in Arkansas to review the problems of Louisiana and to talk about mounting a full-scale national effort looking towards the election of a Democratic administration and a heavily Democratic Congress to decide whether or not we want to go for the full repeal of 14B or whether we want to go for an amended version allowing the agency shot. That was really the purpose of it. But what I wanted to leave with you was some of the things that Dick Busey, you know, Louisiana has always been looked upon as kind of a model in the South. You know, they were real strong in the legislature and a lot of influence with the governor, whoever he was, and this, that, and that. But I tell you right now, they have really suffered a jolt over that with this right to work law being enacted over that. And of course, Busey spent considerable time talking about some of the problems. And it really just goes through you like electric current when you hear him tell about knowing how much influence everybody thought they had when you hear him tell about what actually happened over that. It was simply this. The National Right to Work forces come in there with the full intention, with their guns loaded, every barrel, intent on buying, if they had to, the legislation from the government. And they done just that. They bought Edwin Edwards. They bought everybody in that state. And Busey talked about one guy who had been in the legislature for years, who had been endorsed by their forces every time he was up for election. He said the guy had never voted one vote against anything that they was for. In fact, he, being one of the more influential members, on several occasions had been responsible for killing attempts to bring out right-to-work legislation in committee. He nipped it in the bud. This time he voted with the right-to-work crowd, and he was even threatened in his hometown of Lafayette that if he didn't use his influence for right-to-work, he'd be killed. He said they even threatened to kill Vic Busey, you know. And it really got rough over that. And of course, he admitted that they had a few people in the labor movement in Louisiana that helped bring some of this problem on. So it will really get to you to hear him tell about some of the things that went on and what the atmosphere is now. And instead of Edwards standing up, he called them legislators in one at a time. He said, look, buddy, no matter whether it's the House or say, look, buddy, what you going to do on this right to work? Well, the governor, before he could have a chance to say anything, the governor said, well, now, you know how the people feel back home. Can you vote against this damn thing and be reelected? He never did say, look, I want you to vote against this. I'm against it, or I'm for it. He just asked the legislator, can you be elected the next time if you vote against this thing? Man, he just had them falling on the other side just like flies. So, with all of this in mind, the Louisiana AFL-CIO is having a special convention the 31st of October. And they've already contacted leadership throughout the state, and they're going to raise per capita tax from 55 cents to 65 cents.
Good.
They've already got the pledge of support from everybody that's affiliated. And they're going to put that 10 cents, it's going in a special account, and they're going to start to work. And they're going to build a defense fund, and they say that Ed Edwards and all of them guys in the legislature and everybody had anything to do will rue the day that they ever heard of this fight, because they're going after it.
Tom, the last I heard of it, and maybe Vic brought you up to date, they said there was some chance of the same legislature doing another turnabout and repealing that again. Did he mention that to you?
No, he don't think it's, he thinks it's just no use fool with him right now. He said every single radio station, every newspaper, and ever tell. In other words, the total news media come out against them. Not one word uttered in behalf of labor in Louisiana. He said and he just overnight, domino fashion. And it will really, it'll really tear you up to hear, as strong as they were over that, to hear him tell about what really went on. So they have decided that they will just put them together a war chest. And of course, they were ready and willing, of course, to cooperate with the other states and to try to do this thing on a national level. But in the meantime, they're going to be putting together a war chest over there, and they say they're going to make them jokers rule the day they ever heard the right to work. So there's going to be another meeting of this organization in Tucson, Arizona, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd of December. And of course, that time they hope to get all of the states. And to me, personally, I feel like that's the best fight in this situation. And if we can elect a Democratic administration, if we got a Democratic Congress, I think we have to mount a full-scale war and be ready to go come next January. I think we're going to have to let the administration, I think we don't need to get it injected in this campaign because we can get Jimmy Carter beat with this kind of doggone thing. But I think it's laying in the background, and that's the purpose of this, is to get ready and be ready, and mobilize all the support we've got.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would, if I'm in order, I would like to offer a motion on that situation in the efforts of the Arkansas people. I did read some literature I received on it, and they are anticipating that the right to work forces will spend in excess of $2 million to defeat this effort.
Oh, about Arkansas.
Arkansas. Right. In fact, the president of the Arkansas AFL-CIO said that they didn't anticipate having that kind of money to spend, but they didn't mean to roll over and play dead. So I think they need help, and I would like to offer a motion to approve the $200 that you've already given. And also, if available, send them another $300.
Bring forward that. I second it, motion. You've heard that motion. We're going to accept it. We got a second to it to approve the 200. We send them 300 more. We having a discussion on that motion?
I wanted to ask a question, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman, in reference to the effort in Arkansas and the vote on it in November. Was that under the framework, you might say, of an initiative?
Right.
Referendum?
Right.
Mississippi needs?
That's what we've been talking about. They got the procedure we've been talking about. Right. They can get it on the ballot without having to go through the legislature. Yeah. And of course, if they can win that fight, it gives the whole labor movement a boost. And I think we all have a stake in it, even though it's in Arkansas. And I'm sure that's what Brother Woodson had in mind. You ready for that motion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, in addition to the contribution that we're making, I thought I'd bring this to the attention of the delegates tomorrow. Might even want to get out a special appeal to all the local unions. I'm sure some of the local unions that knew about this would like to make a contribution to this fight. I think we ought to, afford them an opportunity. Don't you folks feel that way? Yeah. Might want to do a special mail out, maybe reproduce the wire, something like that. In other words, let them know what's going on, and then advising them where to send a contribution. Some of our local unions.
Details in that wire,
right,
might have to draft the cover and letter, so
right,
a lot of folks probably hadn't even heard about it.
Right, sure would, right. Okay, we got a couple of other items here that we need to get some action on, to have some discussion on, and then we'll just about be through here, I think. Unless some of you have some matters you want to be considered. Brother Knight and I have been talking a little bit about the prayer situation down here, and we sponsored a booth down at the fair there for several years, and then for several different reasons had to drop the project, but it was one of the best public relations things that we've been involved in, I think, for a long time. Next year will be a relatively slack year for us, comparatively speaking. We'll have a session of the legislature, but it's an off year for elections, and we won't have a convention. And we think perhaps it would be good for us to maybe set up another booth down along the line we have in the past. I'd like to present that matter to you and get your opinion, make a decision on that.
Well, I'd like to say this, I've worked in the booth
Right.
quite a few years when you had it.
Yeah.
And I heard lots of good comments about it. It was a good,
Good project.
public relations job.
Right.
And, people were impressed by it.
We're talking about next year is what we're
We're
talking
not,
about, 78.
You know, overloaded with that sort of thing.
77, I'm sorry, I said 78, 77, right. We're not talking about this fair, we're talking about next year. You have to get your space well in advance. So the reason we're bringing it up now is so he can go ahead and get with the director down there and get the space reserved. What's your pleasure on that? You want to...
Brother Ramsey, I think it was a very good public relations gesture. In fact, I've heard people all over the state ask what happened to it ever since it was stopped. And I think all of us know that during the time, it was because of the fact some other organizations that was opposed to labor having a booth in the area, and of course promoting the cause of labor and other things was just outrageous in their conduct. And of course, Brother Knight and the fair commissioner couldn't get together on correcting that situation. I believe now, though, the atmosphere has changed considerably, and it's more conducive to having a renewal of this kind of public relations gesture. And I think it would be a good effort to give it a good time and a good cause to give it another try.
You will
I'm
help
for it.
get some folks to manage it
Yeah.
and so forth.
Yeah.
You want to offer a motion?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion that Brother Knight be authorized to make preparations and so forth for the fair booth. Any discussion? Not all in favor of that motion signify it by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. I'm sure that all of you, one other thing?
Mr. Ramsey, I just want, while we got him right here, I just wanted to take a little jab at the regional director and ask him that if he would to make sure that we have the services of the two staff members that for about 10 days prior to the fair, through the fair. September 24th, 1976.
Yeah.
With your kind permission, Mr. Chairman, I hope to be chatting with you after this meeting. We'll take that up.
Okay. All right. We've got a situation that I think most all of you are aware of. But I think we need to have some discussion on it at this board meeting. I'm sure all of you are aware of the fact that the three-member federal court has come down with a single member district plan for the Mississippi legislature, both the House and the Senate. And that perhaps you've been reading about this. And that there are motions before the court now for special elections in a number of these newly created single-member districts. We've got copies of the court order and stuff like that in the office. We're aware of the fact that that in some of the new districts, we have a couple incumbents residing in the same district, things of that kind. There's 13 of those districts, if this is another way. That's a kind of a situation which means there's 13 districts don't have anybody residing in them. That's what it means also. Nobody knows right now what the court will eventually decide, whether or not we have special elections, part of the districts, whether or not they're simply put these new districts in effect for the next regular election in what is 79, I believe, 1979. But we must be in a position of readiness regardless of what the court does. Some of these situations are very important for this labor movement, you know. And you're going to have an intimate knowledge of your own counties, really, to know where these districts are. Now, you can't sit in Jackson and read the papers and read the court order and tell what you got, you know. Now, the only way I know to deal with this situation is to be ready to move when and if we have special elections set. And that means, Cecil, then the rest of you, Brother Grantham, Joe Davis, a few more of you that are active in the Central Labor Council, Brother Walnut, all of you that's involved in that particular part of the labor movement, that we are probably going to have to call a special meeting of central body officers, especially in those areas that are affected, and lay out some immediate plans. I just don't see how the court can order special elections and do everything that has to be done and have that thing on November the 2nd. Now, it might happen. You know, we didn't have it about 30 days in this last time in some of those situations. But it's there. We'll have to deal with it. And I just want everybody to understand that it's right around the corner, you know. Now, I noticed up in your area, there's one seat up there that I'm especially concerned about, and that's Mr. Nebnett, the chairman of the House Labor Committee. I see where he's in the same seat now with Malcolm Mabry, you know. That means that you'll have a contest between the two of them. But it also should mean that there's a wide open seat up in that neck of the woods somewhere. You know, I'm sure you've been looking at that.
Yeah.
And Brother Grantham, of course, the areas that are being affected more than any place else in the Delta, your area is affected some. Those areas that were where the single member districts were set up prior to this last election are not affected too much. There's some changes in a few of them. For instance, on the Gulf Coast, I see where you'll have Jerry O'Keefe and Andress in the same district in Harrison County. Some slight changes, but this area, Hinds County, is not affected. They're set. We're set before the last election. Have all of you been reading the papers, studying all of this? You know where we are?
But then yesterday, the court revised that 13 districts up with 29 yesterday.
Well, you're thinking now about the motion that Frank Parker's group has before the court on the special election. Then I think what you have reference to is the fact that the Justice Department has also asked the court to set special elections in a certain number of districts. They're not, in other words, the Justice Department's the number they want special election in is not exactly the same as the Parker motion. There's some variance there. But the court has both of these requests under consideration. And this applies for the House and the Senate. I don't think it's going to affect you too much, Brother Grantham, in your neck of the woods, but when you get up there around Sunflower County, Bolivar County, counties such as that, then there's going to be things are going to be wide open. For instance, a couple of your representatives from up in your neck of the woods are also in the same district. What's his name? Brian and Huh?
Mr. Grist
And,
from Cal and
the
Evans
thing about
Ferry.
Bryan and, McInville or somebody.
Well, I noticed where,
Yeah,
Grist is gonna have beat 5 in Yallowbushy County,
yeah.
and where he was in
Well-
Lafayette and Calhoun, see, now it's be Calhoun and beat 5 in Yallowbushy County. I read this, I don't know if that's really.
Yeah, they're spinning off, so just one beats of some counties into these districts.
I know, and in some cases, you in precincts,
Yeah.
you know. And like I say, you've got to be a resident of the county and know your county pretty good to know where your districts are gonna be. So,
Several precincts up our way.
Butch Lambert calls him out his own little private kingdom. But
he got a safe district now, it's bad enough like it was, wasn't it?
it's locked up now.
You don't think we can touch him now, huh?
I don't guess they'd let anybody announce.
Wouldn't let nobody qualify.
Well, the only thing I know to do, if there's anybody got any other thoughts on this, I'd certainly like to know about it.
I think that's the best idea.
We just have to be ready, and I guess we'll just have to call a special meeting on you, Cecil, of the, you know, Brother Grantham, the rest of you. When and if they do set us a special election, then we'll have to get all you guys together and let's see what we can do, right? Don't know any other way of dealing with it.
Claude?
Yeah.
Would that have to be one in for Calhoun and Yallowbushy County then? Where they put, Mr. Grist in part of Yallowbushy County?
Well, it depends on whether well, of course, this is all up to the court, but I'm assuming in those districts where you've got 2 incumbents residing, and then a district over here with nobody residing in that district, that this is where I think the court will probably have the special elections, if we have them.
Of course, if
They
one,
never-
if one of the incumbents decide to move right quick, then he'd be all right.
Yeah, if the incumbent moved, but there's no way of predicting what the court's gonna do, really.
Well, you know, there's
Right.
Bryant and McInville and.
Right.
And Grist all.
Then, of course, Parker says that if the court doesn't order special elections, he's gonna ask the Supreme Court to order or stop the legislature from meeting in January. In other words, get a court order preventing the Mississippi legislature from doing any business until this does happen, you know. Anyhow, it's one of them kind of things that we just don't know. We know it's there, and sooner or later we're gonna have to deal with it. And it's gonna be very important that we roll up our sleeves and elect the right people when the time comes, right?
If Al Summer can have anything to do about it, he'll see that Parker has to get an injunction to keep the legislature from meeting. That's just how smart he is.
Deal.
Watermelon headed round.
We had all of them in Georgia.
All right. Tom, did we have anything else here that we need to take up? Have I covered your thing pretty well?
Pretty well, I think.
We
all gonna be froze.
Yeah, we got a few minutes. I felt like we get through here by 3. It's only 2:15 now. We might as well go ahead and take this matter up with the board. We're talking now about the 1978 convention, the next regular convention. I think perhaps the main thing is where we want to have it, and then perhaps you might want to give us a little leeway there on the time and so forth. But because of the hotel situation more than anything else, people booking conventions a couple of years in advance, it might be advisable for the board here now to decide where and when you want the next regular convention. Let us start working on the hotel situation. If you prefer to take this up at a later meeting, you can. We will probably have to have a meeting this board, I think. You might be thinking about this, the legislature be convening here in January, and I think that we might need to have a meeting of the board shortly after they convene, maybe. If you don't want to do it this afternoon, we could then, but I think that we need to set the time and the place more than the time, so Brother Knight can start working on hotel space. You wanna do it this afternoon?
Jackson's the best place to have it. It's a downtown Holiday Inn.
Downtown Holiday Inn.
Yes, sir.
Tucker, we weren't getting along all right.
Yeah, I agree with you. We are very damn till you said that.
That's a good place to have it.
It is. It's a good place to have it, but it ain't no good place to stay.
Well, now, I enjoyed staying down there myself. I thought
They told everybody in the country that I wasn't down there.
Huh?
Want all our people to pay a cash deposit
That's right.
6 months before they arrive.
That's right, wanted me to pay, but that wasn't so bad, but when they told everybody that I wasn't down there, it's what, I wasn't even checked in, and then they wanted cash.
They still wanted to be
That's
paid.
right, they wanted me to pay them, and I hadn't even been checked in.
I agree with Brother Tucker that Jackson's probably
Yeah.
the logical city, and I leave it to the officers of the secretary to determine what building in that city.
Well, I knew Tom would, he'd rile up over there when I said that.
He
But,
had that aim right at me, I know.
But
I
Jackson,
thought-
because of the travel and expenses and because of the problems, it's one thing we overlook sometimes in conventions, and I think the people that suffer is the poor little ladies up in our office. When you go out of town, it puts an awful burden on them.
They don't mind.
And, if we got something to reproduce here, they can run over there and do it. If we 300 miles away, you gotta hire somebody, and they gotta worry about whether they get it right, or borrow somebody's equipment, and then the travel on the delegates to go anything other than the most central location we can get.
Well, do you want to offer motion, we have it in Jackson?
Now, I'm so moved.
So, all right, you've heard the motion, and we now have the 78th convention in Jackson. Do we have any discussion?
I don't,
Wanna
I
have
think
it
we
too,
should
Flo?
have it in Jackson, but no, we're not ready to go right now. I don't think we should have it in this hotel here, unless they gonna build some parking spaces. Maybe improve the rest of the
I'm sure Brother Knight's listening.
I don't know. I disagree with you, Dan. I'd rather walk across interstate than.
The motion is that we have the
Have it in the
78th
city of
convention in Jackson. I'll tell you what we
All I
can
put in
do.
the motion.
All right, what we can do is that,
Secretary, with the hotel.
that we can, Tom can be shopping around on dates and with hotels, and perhaps at the next board meeting, maybe in early January, then he can present that
Give us a
information to
report,
you.
then we decide.
And then you can decide on it. Is that okay? All right, all in favor of the motion, to hold a 78th convention in Jackson, signified by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered.
I presume they didn't say anything about Jackson, Mississippi. Now,
That's what it is.
Jackson, Tennessee.
No, it's Jackson, Mississippi. I'll specify.
All right, do we have anything that any of the board members want to bring up before I see if Brother Silas got any pertinent remarks here?
Low made it.
Brother Sheldon?
Mr. Chairman, the state holiday gonna do any special mailing on the special congressional district that County Dave ran?
To which now?
The state also gonna do any special mailing on the district that, congressional district that County Dave ran in? That we doing?
Yeah, we've done one mailing, I think, for, as you know, they're talking about statewide mailing, went out to everybody on our mailing list, aimed primarily at voter registration. That was the purpose of that. And of course, talking about the importance of electing Jimmy Carter, we have plans to prepare another statewide mailing, starting on that in early October, and try to get it in the mail somewhere around, the middle of October. That will have whatever this convention comes up with. If they adopt the resolution, it means that we're pushing the Carter Mondale ticket and the Gerald Blessed candidacy in the 5th district. If you don't take a position in the rest of them, then of course there won't be any recommendations there.
Well, we went on record at our last, central body meeting to endorse David Bourne in the 2nd district.
You did?
But I feel that we need to have a caucus with the other delegate from the 2nd district at this meeting, at this conference. action they're taking.
Well, you want to comment on it a little bit, Tom? We know that Bowen's got a Republican and maybe an independent or two running against him. But nobody had indicated any thought that perhaps we might be endorsing Bowen. There are some people that are a little bit upset with his performance, his voting record. I think it might have been a little expression at our other meeting about this. But perhaps we need to spend a little time on that the second district situation. And if you want to have a caucus of the delegates from the fourth, and then
Second.
I keep saying fourth, I meant second. Maybe we ought to give that some thought.
He told us that, his voting was about 48%, you know, in favor of us. So
Bowen.
that Bowen did.
He turned out last Labor Council meeting.
Has he made yours yet? I understand he's supposed to. Has he got to you yet, Brother Graham? Well, where's Brother Orman?
He just walked out.
Hasn't he met with the Columbus?
Yeah, he's done been to Columbus. Curtis said he did.
Yeah. Jim?
Oh, let me mention something on that subject of what it's worth, not that I'm opposed to Bowen, but I was in Columbus that night and I discussed his voting record to see if I could get some flyers, which I did. And they claimed that his plane was late, and he'd be in a little bit later on, so I had a couple of words to say to them about his record. Got a little fire from some of them, but I could compare it with the others. Well, evidently he was sitting up in the office because when he made his presentation, he brought up that subject. And he said very emphatically he could improve his voting record. Just to bring out to you, regardless of what his record is, he says that it could be improved. Now, what that means to the people, I don't know.
Well,
I think he'd give you one pretty good answer on that. The people don't contact him up there and let him know what they want him to vote for.
Well, he told us that.
Right.
What he tell you, Cecil?
No, the same thing, you know, people just don't write it.
Did you say your central body, the North Delta Central Body voted endorse Bowen for re-election?
See, he's got part of that in his.
Yeah, right. You got part of his district, right. We need Curtis in here now, I guess. Of course, you know that Reagan was in Mississippi yesterday speaking to the Republican. Matter of fact, he's on the front page of the Daily News.
If they feel like they need to make an endorsement, the resolution can be.
Yeah.
Anyway, like we want. And I got that impression from the longest group down
How many members of this board from the second congressional district? Hold up your hand. I got Cecil, you represent people there.
I got members in.
You got members, all right, so we got a substantial number of board members that either live in the district or represent people in the district. So let's start with Cecil. He's raised the question advising us that the North Delta Central Labor Council has got some counties in that district voted to endorse Bowen for re-election. Let's get a comment from Amy, and then we'll go around and get one from all of you. As far as I'm concerned, I'm willing to abide by whatever you folks want up there.
You
Amy?
mean about David?
Right, Bowen.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, he's the best one we've got. I mean, as far as even his voting record, at 48%, that's the best we've ever had.
Yeah.
To my knowledge. And, I mean, I'd have to vote for him, because I wouldn't vote for no Republican. And I guarantee you, I wouldn't vote for a Republican.
How about you, Marvin? What's your view on that situation up there? Yeah, right.
I don't want to get into a long extended remarks on this question. Compared, as one of our good brothers always brings in, compared to something else, it might be the lesser of the evils. Now, most of us are aware that David Bowen has his sights set on a Senate seat when it comes open, and that'll probably be before too much longer. I'm not so sure what position we ought to take with respect to his support this time. I think he'll be elected whether we support him or whether we don't. Now, it might be on the plus side if it was indicated that he had our support for something in the future. Other than that, as far as what he's done for us, it's been just a little bit better than what Tom Abernathy had already done, but not a hell of a lot more, to excuse the French.
Well, that's about the way we view it down here. So forth. Now, let's see, Joe, I believe you held up your hand that you got members in that district.
My brother Taylor said, nobody can be proud of his voting record. He's no better than Whitman in the first district.
Yeah.
And we've never endorsed Whitman. I don't know that hurt anything. I'm not going to endorse their American Party candidate up there, or the Republican.
Has your central body got into this?
We haven't. No, we haven't. We haven't discussed it or taken any action.
You haven't. Brother Grantham, you understand you have one coming up.
We're not going to do anything until we hear Bowen himself. He's supposed to be in Greenville October 24th at 2:30. Any others like to come up here? We're glad to have you.
It's a little bit late, though, for us to do what we're talking about doing. Now, if we're going to do a mail-out, you understand, I wish it's possible for this whole board to come by that office when we're preparing one of these statewide mail-ins sometime and see what's all involved in all of this.
I do too, then they could help.
And see that train load of mail bags stacked up everywhere, and then you'd understand why we need a new office building and why we need a lot of time and all that kind of stuff. But we have to allow, listen to this now, very carefully, we have to allow about 2 weeks to prepare. Let's print it, address it, bundle it, sack it up, get it to the post office. Then we have to allow approximately 2 weeks for the mail to handle the thing. So that means that if we're going to do a mail out, and if we're going to have anything in there about endorsing Bowen, that we have to know that within the next week or 10 days. Your meeting is too late to get it on the list now. I think this board, speaking for myself, and I think perhaps Brother Knight, but I'm of the opinion, based on what you've already done on the 4th district situation, that if you want to have a caucus of the delegates from the 2nd district tomorrow, and if that caucus votes, the delegates there votes to endorse Bowen, then as far as I'm concerned, I think that would suffice. But I would like for the board to make that decision. How do you folks feel about that? Let the caucus...
I don't see anything wrong with the caucus deciding the question.
From the district. That this board then would be willing to abide by the decision of a caucus from the delegates in this convention tomorrow on that 2nd district question.
What we've always done, I don't think you could ever do it any other way. When we start deciding what certain districts are to be on this board, I think would be attending somebody else's business personally.
All right.
I think that's the best place to put it, before the delegates of that.
All right. Well, let's do it that way. Let's get a motion. Can somebody offer a motion from this board that this board will abide by the recommendations of a caucus of delegates from the 2nd Congressional District tomorrow?
I'll make the motion.
Motion made by Brother Tucker, second by Brother Jackson. All right, any discussion on that? This suits you all right, Brother Grant? All right. All in favor of that motion signify it by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, Brother Shelton, we're gonna have a problem, I guess. I'm talking to Shelton, all of you. As a matter of fact, it's involved in that situation. The 4th District, we've already advised them we'd try to arrange for them to have a caucus just before lunch. We're gonna have a caucus of the 5th District right after we adjourn. We might get in, let you have one end of that hall, either before lunch and have your caucus prior to lunch with the 4th, or do it with the 5th.
I think we'd better let the 2nd meet in one end of the convention hall just before lunch and the 4th meet in the other. There's plenty of room. Because everybody wants to go, you know. We're gonna have a problem holding the 5th District people after. So I think it'd be wise there's no objection here.
Right.
Let the 2nd meet in one end and the 4th meet in the other end just before lunchtime.
Okay, all right. Now, let me see. Let's see. You're the only member of the board, I reckon, aren't you, that live in the district?
Wait a minute, Curtis.
Curtis is right.
Curtis is here.
All right, Curtis, all right. But damn, we need him in here, don't we?
Yeah, he had to go make a phone.
Oh, yeah, I know, but he's not, I guess we can tell him after over, but since he's a
He
vice.
lives in that district.
No.
No, that's right, you crossed the line.
Right on the border.
Just delegate.
All right, what I was gonna say that, brother, that's the reason I said we need him here. You know, since he's a vice president from that area, I thought I'd nominate him or name him as the chairman of that caucus and ask him to convene him and decide. Huh? Is that okay with everybody? And we'll tell him, then bring him up to date. Right.
Anytime you leave early, you get another job.
Right. We ought not to, well. All right, do we have anything else now we need to bring up before I ask Brother Solid to have a few words to say? Anything else?
I'd like to report on something.
All right.
I attended this women's meeting in Jackson last Saturday through your recommendation of me to them as a board member. And I went to represent the state council.
Yeah.
Excuse me, is this Clue?
No, it is an unorganized organization.
In words, it ain't even got a name yet.
We got a lot of them, but go ahead, I thought maybe it was that.
Well, they did not
Labor.
have this, and you might say, well, what? Well, I say what? But, it is something that we should, just know what's going on and have an interest in, I think, because, I really have some questions about these people that are in this, and I haven't had a chance to find out about some of them. And I was questioned, of course, about the positions and parts that women have in labor in this area. And I feel like this, I've held a non-traditional job for 7 years. I'm an officer in my local, the CLU, and on this board by the democratic process, whether I am an elephant or whatever I am. And that's the way I feel it should be done. Now, I don't think some of these people have that same idea. But if nobody's there and here's what they're saying, you don't know about it. And that's the very reason I went.
Well, that's the reason I gave him your name.
And the Clarion Ledger did the honors by putting a picture of the most disreputable looking she-male there in the paper, if you saw it on Sunday.
No, I missed it.
Well, I can guarantee you I had my shoes on. And my picture wasn't in the paper.
Well, tell us.
Now, that's how I feel about this, but
Well, tell the group what this is about, maybe.
Well, from what I could gather, now I got in on the tail end of this, and I only attended one of their organizational meetings. And then I was asked to be there as a representative of labor, and I was the only person there.
I gave him your name and Marydale Whip's his name.
Now, whether I haven't talked to Mary Nell, I don't know if they contacted her or what. But my reason in going was more to see what was going on than anything else. And I was the only person there from labor, and there were a few people there that really knew much about labor. and I talked to some people who I think were sincerely interested in, not necessarily the woman's position, just in labor, and I thought that, you know, a contact's always good. But, I really have some questions about the people that are involved in this, and I would like, and I think I can find out more about them. And as I said, they asked me, well, there's only 2 people. I told them there were 2 women on this board. Well, why is that? Is that all? Well, that's because, like I say, I think we're elected by a democratic process. And I think that's the way it should be. But, they keep questioning why aren't there women in these jobs. Well, the jobs are available as far as I know. I don't think they have any argument. If they want a job digging ditches, it is available. And I don't think they have anything to gripe about. As far as information that's helpful to women who work, that part of it could be good, you know, because there are women that do not benefit from this information. I may be a little prejudiced. I come from a union, as you know, that's always been about 50% women at least. It was made by the women, and I have no argument with organized labor. And I know that there are other unions where there are not women in them, but if they're not there, how are you going to do anything? The opportunity is there, and that's really what I believe in, is equal opportunity. But I think that if you ignore someone like that, you're not going to know what they're up to. They might not be a help. And I really would like to find out more about these
Well,
folks.
I appreciate you going, Mary, and
of course they had a very weak meeting here, but you know, it could grow into something more. And as far as I know, there've been some small groups of national organizations in the women's movement here, but not like there are in other places.
What was the name of this group, Tom?
Well, they don't really have a name. They did not have a Women's Day here in August, and so they got together, these people, and they decided they would have this last Saturday. And they are operating under no known name.
Not now.
Not now, or some of those. No, they're not.
Is this organization, is this a tie-in with women in construction?
That's what I
think
say.
it
I
is,
want to
because I
know
heard some talk about it.
What, they are really tied in with it.
Yeah, I
where
think
have
they
my
are. I heard
question.
some talk about it.
If there's a picture of a girl here driving a bulldozer, if she wants to drive a bulldozer, that's the sign, and all she's got to do is go get the job.
There's one here, they
Now,
had that meeting
the
last
only
week.
benefit I can see is to information for people who don't know.
Yeah.
And really, that's what I was able to furnish to people whom I think were interested in labor. I talked to some people in the housekeeping area, people like that know they need something, but they don't know too much about organized labor. And I think they're sincerely interested in organizing. But the general purpose of the matter, I really have questions about. But I'll be glad to go again and find.
Well, you know what we have to do, you know, I've took a lot of credit for sometimes some of our own people, because my name showed up on occasions attending some meetings and groups that the reputation wasn't all that too good with some people, but one of the main reasons I was there to try to protect our own interest, and that's what you were there for.
Fortunately,
To
they
protect our
didn't use
interest.
my name in the article.
I remember Bob Woodson, I got him to serve on a thing back a few years back on one of these Head Start programs, CDGM, and he cussed me for a year after. But
my health been bad.
the main reason,
I developed a damn ulcer, excuse the expression, but I've been sick ever since.
well, but the main reason is
That's the reason I
to
went.
have somebody to protect our interests. Now, if we're not there, you know, we can't protect our interests. I'm sure all of you've had similar experiences, right? All right, Brother Ed Lowe just walked in. We thought you were going to get you in time to have lunch with us, Ed. He's chairman of our 5th District Committee down there. He wears about a dozen hats like a few more of you. Ed, you know, if you've got anything you'd like to report on, anything on your mind, yeah, we're about to get ready to adjourn this meeting. We're gonna ask Jim Solid to say a few words before we break up, but.
Well, main thing is wetting on the coast.
Is it raining down there?
And it's coming a regular hurricane, and
No kidding.
I had to come by the Jim, got me on Jim Solid, by the Gerald Blessey headquarters,
Yeah.
pick up some stuff, and so that threw me out of my regular route. And
So you weren't able to make it for lunch?
between that and the police union trying to get a contract,
Yeah.
about drove me nuts.
So you're in about the same shape the rest of us. You just up to your neck in frustration, right?
We will, look like we will have a contract before long with our local police union.
Good. You got any pertinent remarks on the 5th District?
Well,
you might want to tell them about Carter's visit. I hadn't even got into that yet, but.
From all accounts, we had a real good turnout for his visit over at Biloxi, and then John Henry Falk thing, we didn't have as many people there as we figured, but I think most of them decided, well, they'd go Friday and see the next president rather than come on Saturday for John Henry. So everybody seemed to be well pleased with everything like being put together. Yesterday, night before last, really, Blessed started his TV advertising. So it looks like that's going to get a lot of people knowing who Gerald Blessed is. We've got a lot of
him there with Carter and that stuff.
So things are looking up because Trent Lott's got the president coming into Pascagoula Sunday. Well, he's make 4 stops along the coast Sunday. But they're going to have a special deal there at the Beach Park in Pascagoula for his fair-haired boy. His old man Bill Calmer said the other day, his errand boy, and in fact what he said was if he knew his errand boy was going to get as much votes and support as he did, he'd have run again. So the errand boy thing is catching on in some areas down there.
Yep.
We've got some of the people that's been Trent Lott for a long time, and they're switching now.
That's what we had hoped. We didn't had this 5th District thing, hoping maybe he'd get in here on the agenda. I'm glad he had got in here. You know, we've been working our fools' heads off down there. We've got several things going on in the area, and of course the board voted to give this thing top priority several months ago, and that's what Tom and I have been doing. Spending as much time as we can down there with Ed and the committee, trying to get the thing as well organized as we can. We've got Jim Salas, of course, signed Bo Danover, and Jim Touchstone to work with us as much as possible in that situation. And we've got a little money out of the Randolph Institute for voter restoration education with the minorities in that district. And Amy is going to be coming with us next week. Going to take a leave of absence. We're going to perhaps assign her to the district to help get the women organized. You know, and of course we have worked. I spent a lot of time on trying to do one of 2 things: either set up an arrangement for Blessed to go over and meet with Jimmy Carter and get some shots, and then either get him into Mississippi. And bless Pat, we were successful getting him to come to Mississippi. Of course, a lot of other people working on this, don't misunderstand me. But almost without much notice, we found out he was coming. It turns out it's on a Friday before we had the John Henry Falk dinner thing down there for fundraising purposes. This is what Ed was talking about. Carter comes in Friday and the Falk thing's the next day, Saturday. But Tom and I both went down for the Carter meeting, and I was tickled to death with the type meeting we had. We had both U.S. senators there. The governor met him at the airport, and he didn't make the rest of it. But at least he was there and welcomed the state. But the important thing is that we had a reception for Blessy. They did. Right after the luncheon with the big group, and of course everybody's invited to come upstairs to that reception. And at that reception, and with Eastland and Stennis both being there, Carter did very strongly endorse Blessy for this position. And that's what I would hope, that they got shots of that for the TV spots and the whole damn thing. Now, you know, I think this is important because our problem in up into that district has been lack of recognition around Law and Hattiesburg. Right?
That's it.
Well, I think that's going to overcome that. You know, I'm well pleased the way things shaping up. If he's now raised enough money to get on that tube enough, with the work we've already done, within our own ranks done, and we got some more work to do, and I'll be talking to you about this some more. I think we pull it off, but at least we know one thing, friends. Listen to this. We got them working. They've had John Conley in, right behind Carter, in Pascagoula. Now they've talked Ford into making a tour up that Gulf Coast, stopping off, making 2 or 3 appearances, winding up in Pascagoula. And this ain't happening by accident. This means that they're very upset over what's going on down there, right? All right, you got anything else you'd like to comment on?
One thing about it, the Connolly thing, I think backfired on Trent, because a lot of the people that has turned on him because of Connolly.
Well, that's good, man, that's
A lot
good.
a lot of people was asking the question, did Connolly bring him some more of that milk money?
That's pretty good propaganda.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I'd hope that would happen. Yeah. Yeah, Marvin?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have just a minute or two, since you're talking about this 5th district situation.
Right.
And this is more or less to clear the good name of the carpenters in the state of Mississippi affiliated with the AFL-CIO, which is about 12 or 15 local unions. Now, you'll understand this, I feel sure, when I have finished. Now, we had this State Council of Carpenters Convention at the Carlin back in August, which was attended by Secretary Tom Knight, but he was not there during the executive part of the session, which this particular thing deals with. We had some people that came to that convention from that district down there that were pretty upset about a donation that was made without our knowledge and cooperation from the International Brotherhood of Carpenters. So I was asked to assist a resolutions committee dealing with that subject, and if you don't mind, I'll read that resolution in its entirety, which will take about 2 minutes.
Good, read it. I want to hear it. I heard about it, but I hadn't heard it read.
Here it is. Whereas the Mississippi AFL-CIO is generally thought of as the voice of labor, particularly in the political field to which same several carpenters' local unions are affiliated. And whereas an authorized interviewing committee, AFL-CIO, of the 5th Congressional District of Mississippi met with Congressman Trent Lott and State Senator Gerald Blessy, both of whom are candidates for Congress of said 5th District, the purpose of the interview being to evaluate each candidate based on record in public office, where and from whom financial support may be forthcoming, chances of election, answers to our questions, and whereas the interviewing committee, after going through procedures unanimously agreed that State Senator Gerald Blessett was by far the better choice of the two, made their findings and recommendations known at a 5th District Call Conference, May 22nd, 1976, who in turn voted to accept the committee's findings, evaluation, and recommendations, all of which is in accord with the AFL-CIO rules and regulations governing state and central bodies, and whereas it has come to the attention of union members of the 5th District that the United Brotherhood of Carpenters has made a $300 donation to Trent Lot, which same is being used by the Lot supporters to create dissension, discord, and division among the union people generally, and needless to say, is particularly causing embarrassment and anger among the Carpenter Union membership. Now, therefore be it resolved by the Mississippi State Council of Carpenters and Convention assembled at Corinth, Mississippi on August the 21st, does go on record as deploring the action of financially supporting a candidate who regularly and consistently casts his vote in Congress and working people of the 5th District and the state of Mississippi, who also held up for Richard Nixon in the Watergate affair and never conceded any wrongdoing on Nixon's part. Be it further resolved and respectfully requested that in the future some contact be made with the members of the Brotherhood of Carpenters that may be involved before any contribution is made to the candidates for state or national office. And be it further resolved and respectfully requested that a financial contribution of not less than $300 be made to Senator Gerald Blessett's campaign for Congress of the 5th District of Mississippi. Be it finally resolved that copies of these resolutions be sent to General President William Seidel and to General Treasurer Brother Charles Nichols. And it was signed by the Resolution Committee and passed unanimously by the Delegates Assembly. Thank you very much.
Amen. Thank you very much, Brother Taylor. I heard about all of that.
Well, yeah.
I want to congratulate you for handling it in the fashion you did, and if you'd leave that resolution with Callan, we'll reproduce it and mail it out with our minutes of this meeting to each member of this board. Right. Of course, we had another situation similar to that, and it's been handled in a similar fashion, the laborers union. I don't think we'll have any more of them kind of problems. But I want you to know that I personally appreciate what you did. I know Ed Lowe does and Tom Knight does. Those of us been involved in that thing. It's very, very appropriate. All right, Brother Sala, we would like to afford you an opportunity to have a few words to say at this point if you'd like.
Okay, thank you, Claude. I really don't have that much to say to this type audience. I think everyone in here realizes the importance of this election in November. I'm sure all of us watched the debates last night. There was one point that I especially took notice of, and I hope that all of you will, and if I get an opportunity to chat tomorrow, I'll make sure that with that kind of an audience I do have something to say. President Ford said that, November the 2nd was going to determine whether you were going to listen to Jimmy Carter's promises or Ford's performance. And we certainly have enough instances of his track record and performance. And this is my 4th conference in a little over a week. And I'm very, very disturbed at the fact that our people are not taking this election very serious. I'm from Georgia, and I don't think Jimmy Carter's got it wrapped up. I think if we get our people out to vote, and I understand that a package has been sent out from our national office, and I've been on the road for a week, so I haven't seen it, to each Central Labor Council and to the state body with some coat materials, I think similar to what Claude passed out today. And I want to tell you that your councils and the local unions, if you can get donations from them, it's perfectly legal to spend that money as long as you're doing it with your own members, educating your own members. And I think it's a job that we have to do. I'm looking at this paper and I can read backwards, and it's ridiculous.
Right.
First debate leans toward Ford.
Right.
People read this, and if they haven't watched that debate, the issues are going to be confused. And as I said, if I get an opportunity tomorrow, there are some plain issues. 14B, hospitalization, jobs, inflation. But my God, the difference is miles apart. And I was telling Jackson here today that it's amazing to me that working people, regardless of whether they're union members or not, can even consider voting for the Republicans and a Republican platform. It's inconceivable to me, and I think the only reason they're doing it is because we are not taking our message to our people. And I think that with the apathy in this election, if we get our people out to vote, not only for the presidential election, but I'm sure in the 5th district, we can win. But I'm scared when I read the results of a New York election, which we think is one of our most sophisticated cities, with a senatorial race with 5 candidates, less than 25% of the eligible voters came out to vote. You know, it scares me. And I think that if that happens in the South, we're all saying Jimmy Carter's going to carry the South. Believe me, if we don't get our people out, we're going to lose. Claude, I would urge our Senate and Labor councils to take that material, get donations from the local unions. If you have any money in that treasury, spend it, because if we don't get Jimmy Carter elected, I don't think it's going to do us a damn bit of good to have money in the treasury.
All right. Okay, Jim. Thank you very much. Let me say this to you. We if you look on the agenda down at the recognition of remarks, distinguished guest, you're among that group.
Claude, the only problem there is
we are.
I have to leave here, and I have to apologize. I have to leave here by 12 o'clock. I've been tapped to deliver coach speeches, and one of them's going to be in Atlanta 9 o'clock Sunday morning. And I'm driving, and I didn't realize it. And an order from the national office, and I told them I would get out of here at noontime tomorrow so I could get home and get some clean clothes and attend that meeting. So I have to apologize for that, but I'm so glad to be here for a little bit.
Okay, well, anyhow, what I was going to say is that we have a number of invited guests. I don't know how many of them will show. Dan Powell will be in here after a while. We've invited the 2 co-chairmen of the Mississippi Democratic Party to this convention. After we extend an invitation to them, the Carter organization selected Danny Cupid and Fred Banks as the coordinators of the Carter campaign in Mississippi, so I've invited both of them here. And that spot on the agenda is for the guests such as that, you being included. I didn't list any names. I wasn't too sure who all was going to be here, but that's what that spot's about.
If you have Herb Mabry here, and if you have Dan Powell, I'm sure the same message that I would get to the delegates will get.
Well, I'll have a few words to say in the morning myself on this thing, and it'll be well discussed before we leave here. You can believe me. And I'm a little bit upset. I'm sure some of you are. I realize, of course, that this new campaign disclosure, finance law, what have you, is one reason things are so slow about moving, but, I'm not used to this kind of inaction. And it just took too damn long to get this thing off the ground over here. And, Tom Knight and myself are about to go buggy, on this thing. And I think we carry the state if we work at it. We'll get into some of this tomorrow. But campaign material is a problem. This is a very good piece of material produced by the AFL-CIO. We got it in the mail. Some of you might have seen it. We've ordered a truckload of this stuff for distribution at this convention. Unless it's over there now, we haven't got it yet. We're just having one hell of a time getting material, both from our own headquarters and from this state organization. I think all they've got over there right now is a brochure. We've been told there'll be some bumper stickers available and stuff like that. But anyhow, we're going to have the folks here tomorrow. And this is the primary purpose of this convention, I don't mind telling you, is to generate interest and try to do something about the problem that you just talked about, exactly. And the need of getting people motivated, getting that vote out on election day. That's what it's really all about. I have to agree with you. I don't think that Carter can take the South for granted. especially if he has any more damn interviews with Playboy magazine, you know.
Well, you know, Claude, on Playboy, if most of us assume that that's a magazine where it simply has some nudie pictures in it, but a lot of prominent people have had interviews in there. And I think that one of the things that we have to do as union people is say that we have insisted that we get a politician and a man we can run for president that's honest.
Right.
And if you read that whole interview,
Right.
and they've taken it out of context, I see nothing wrong in there. That he was talking on the order of his religion and Christianity, and he said certainly he has these thoughts, but he's resisted them. And if we're going to insist that our people be honest, then we ought to tell our people, look, when a man is honest, at least give him credit for it.
Well,
And like I said, with the news media.
Yeah.
Now, you know, prior to Carter getting the nomination, my heavens, every article I read in the South was pro-Carter.
Right.
But we all knew that this was a pipe dream, that we know who controls these papers, we know who control the media, and as soon as we got a candidate, and I think last night again, when Carter said the issue is that, you know, I want to look out for working people and people that may earn their money. And Ford's continually comments was, we're going to look out for these people with special tax breaks. That's the issue, and Claude's got him right in his hand there. And that's
Right.
going to be my speech tomorrow, Claude, so you can do it.
All right.
But let's tell our people, get past this junk in the paper and look at that track record. And Claude, I'll say this now, I was going to have a meeting with you after this, but I'll say this now. You will continue to have the staff assigned to AFL-CIO in here to utilize how best you can, because we want to see you win what races you can.
Appreciate it. Appreciate all you've done and all the help you've given us, certainly do. And of course, if this thing works out tomorrow, well, we've got a little time before lunch, maybe I can give you a chance to have a few words to say before you leave. We've got, you know, what you said about the Playboy interview, of course, is a fact, and that's my sentiments in a nutshell. But the fact remains that the opposition out there has been given some material to work with that we didn't need. You know, don't make it down to me who he talks to like this. It'd have been good housekeeping, a Ladies' Home Journal or something like that. There's been nothing much said about the thing, but it's just a publication. The average person that's never even read Playboy knows that they think that Playboy is just what you said. And that has, you know, that has got a lot of people doing handsprings around the country, you know. As far as I'm concerned, it don't change a damn thing, you know. And I think the man handled himself real good last night. But what I'm saying here is that in Mississippi, with some of this is the Bible Belt, and when you start talking about Playboy and all this kind of stuff, it don't go too good.
Thought I was worried too
Yeah.
much. Most people don't read Playboy, they just look at it.
Brother Walnut,
Just one thing, and there are some Central Labor Council presidents in here.
Yeah.
This financial campaign practices law is pretty mean, and that's one of the reasons there's been a hold up on what the National AFL-CIO
I
has
know.
done. But one thing is clear. We can expend any monies we have aimed at our own membership.
Right.
So you've got no problem there.
Right.
And I think it's very important. Somebody will say, well, they
Right.
sent me a package of literature, but they want us to reproduce it. Well, see, it's legal if you do it. But if they pay for it out of the National AFL-CIO, they have to use hard money for it.
Yeah.
And this is the reasons for it. So
I
please
understand.
expend your monies.
I understand. Do we have anything else we need to take up here before we adjourn? Brother Ullman, stay back a minute. You missed a very important discussion. I've got to advise you about a job you got tomorrow. Okay?
When I left, I'd get...
Brother Underwood?
Lord, I'd just like to say, we sit here today listening about what the Arkansas and Louisiana AFL-CIO has been doing. And I know for the past several years, we've had to be content mostly with keeping bad legislation from getting passed. And since next year is an off year, I'd like to see this organization get very active in trying to get some laws passed, since we're supposedly supposed to have a majority of the House and the Senate and a lieutenant governor and a governor. So I'd like to see us really make an all-out effort this next year to get some laws passed.
Well, we had a motion at the last board meeting that we
Right.
step forward for
Right.
the Department of
That-
Labor.
That's in your executive committee meetings, that, it will be one thing, of course, that we'll be pushing. Do you have anything else in mind? Of course, the last session, we devoted a lot of our, well, matter of fact, the top things on our agenda was improvements in workers' comp and unemployment, and I think everybody will agree we come out of that session in fairly good shape. I don't know exactly how to put this, but I don't know what the single member district thing is gonna do for us, where we're gonna be once, that's a reality. As the thing stands right now, we've got I would say a majority in both the House and the Senate, that we have been successful in some of these areas, but if you're thinking about an effort to repeal right to work in Mississippi, then, that's a horse of a different color. It's a constitutional amendment, and we'll have to have a 2/3 vote in both houses to get it before the people on a referendum ballot basis. You know, that's kind of the situation we have to deal with there. And of course, the thing we've been talking about, the initiative referendum procedure to get the Constitution amended, would provide us with the vehicle to do what Arkansas is doing. Arkansas is one of the few states around that's got the initiative referendum procedure, where you can initiate a referendum without going through the legislature. You get certain percent of the signatures on the ballot, on a petition, then you get it on the ballot, you can have an election, If we had that, I'd say it was about time for us to initiate that kind of thing in Mississippi. If Arkansas is successful, I think it would perhaps maybe provide a little more incentive for us in some other places. But I don't know exactly what you got in mind there, Brother Underwood, about laws. If you have anything in addition to the Department of Labor, maybe you need to be a little more specific.
I wasn't referring to 14B. What I was mainly referring to, I realize we got the weekly benefit raised.
Yeah.
But I was thinking more in the line of our right to choose a doctor in workers' comp, and the right to represent a guy before the workers' comp commission, because regardless of what that figure is, if we can't collect it, it ain't gonna do us any good.
Yeah, well, I agree. Well, I got a report out to the affiliates after the session. You might recall I mentioned something in that report about the agreement we got out of the chairman of the Senate Insurance Committee and the chairman of the House Insurance Committee, that some of these matters you're referring to will be given consideration at the next session. I suggest to you that, and you and Joe both, from being from that same neck of the woods, that take it upon yourself to visit Perrin Purvis and spend a little time with him and blow a little smoke and pat him on the back a little bit if you haven't done it already, and tell him you appreciate what he did in the last session, but you want him to also work with us this next session in some of these areas. Maybe you've done that, have you? Have you hadn't met with him yet? I suggest the two of you maybe would call him, invite him, have a cup of coffee or something, and go to work on him a little bit, because you can do more good with him than I can. All of you can. Your own rep and your own senators certainly going to listen to you more than will me. Now, Ted Millett, he made a complete turnaround this time, because the labor folks down in this county, they let him know, and he almost got defeated with a Republican. Then he come to him for help. Well, Ted Millett was a changed man in this session. He was very cooperative, Anything else? Not, this meeting will stand adjourned. We'll see you all in the morning. They got your credentials ready, and whatever you're checking out, then register with them.
Come by at 4 o'clock.
And we want you all in at 10 o'clock in the morning. We'll have vouchers for
Testing 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing 1, 2, 3.
I'm what, all of them votes straight, by the time I look up, they get these strikes. Alright? I got real good fireman for Jeff State. Really cool about it. Will the meeting please come to order? I'd like to ask you all to stand and ask Brother Marvin Taylor to bring the invocation, please.
Our Heavenly Father, we thank Thee that we can meet together on this, the Lord's Day, for a period of worship and work, knowing that Thou art the Spirit and that we can worship Thee in spirit and truth. We can so do at this particular moment. We may have been deprived of our usual get-together at church, in which we could pay our vows. We pause to do that at this moment. Forgive us of all of our sins of omission and commission. Guide us and direct us in this period of work and worship. For this afternoon and throughout the next few days, in which we will make decisions that will be hopefully of benefit to all concerned. These things we ask in the forgiveness of all of our sins in Jesus' name. Amen.
Before we begin the business part of the meeting, I'd like to acknowledge the fact that we have a couple of guests present on the far corner down there. Young gentleman named Chip Henry. Stand up, Brother Henry, and I'll tell them who you are. Chip is a political science student out at Jackson State. He's been working with me in the legislature. We'll hear from him a little bit later on, but anyhow, we're happy to have him here. I thought it'd be good to invite him out, let him meet with you folks, let him meet you, and then let him talk to you a little bit about some of the things he's learned while working around the state legislature. Happy to have you here, Chip. And also Brother Deves, a former member of our board who needs no introduction, is also present. We have a number of things that needs attention to the board here this afternoon. First thing we need to decide is what we're going to do about the minutes of the last meeting. The minutes were all mailed out. We can read them. We can approve them without reading them.
I move they be accepted as mailed out. I second it.
Motion is that the minutes of the previous board meeting be approved as were mailed out. We have a discussion on that motion. Not all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, the next item is to appoint the committees to serve the convention. It'll begin here in the morning. Of course, restoration will begin this afternoon. Now, Brother Knight and myself, and you should have a list of the committees that, what I should say, a partial list of the committees that we have attempted to appoint. Now, we deliberately kept the committees down to a kind of a minimum, thinking perhaps that members of the board might have someone they'd like to recommend to serve. If you'll notice, we got about 10 on the Constitution bylaws on the big committee, Resolutions Committee, Education, COPE, etc. I think we got about 10 on each one of those. And I think that that I also should mention the fact that each member of the board, those that are not chairman of a committee, are also serving on some of the committees. So we've attempted to get each one of you on what we think is, important committee to be serving on during this convention. Brother Jackson, of course, is the chairman of the Credentials Committee, a committee that needs quite a bit of experience. These things we're trying to work him to death. But the fact is, that if you get a man trained on this job, you have to stay with him. I'd like to afford you an opportunity to kind of go over the committees on your own without thinking it's in the point of reading them. And
And then after you've done this, if you know of someone that you'd like to recommend to put on, then we'll simply ask them before I read them out tomorrow. You want to take a half a minute and kind of go over them? Of course, attempted to balance them out. We've attempted to kind of mix them up with male and female, and also we attempted to try to get a number of blacks as well as whites on the committees. We've had a problem here, of course, in not being able to recognize some of the people as to, especially race. But to the best of our knowledge, we've got them mixed up fairly well. They're both out of the same local?
Both from the same local.
Well, that'd be good, probably.
I think it would be.
See, you got to think about this too. You don't want to put everybody off of one or two locals. You have to jump around different locals as well. You see.
These are the only two prominent locals.
Who have you got?
I've got O.C. Miller and S.P. Book.
Have they checked in and arrested yet? See, the problem here is a lot of these people don't send in credentials, and all we can go on is the ones that mail in credentials.
Really, I can't answer.
Yeah, we got them. I remember.
Have we?
I remember.
I can't answer that.
Yeah.
But I do know that they will be here tomorrow.
Yeah,
We got a couple of people that we'd like to recommend, Red Grimes, our local 733, that's a big local.
Right.
And Lewis Carter from Minnesota.
All right, that's two good men right there.
We
Where do
didn't
you
have
want?
Bud Carter's credentials, Bud Carter, when we made up the committee.
We want.
You got the credentials now, right?
Right.
Came in later.
Well, let's deal with that one right now, Brother Tucker. Is his credentials in?
Yeah.
Lewis Carter? We ought to put, now as you notice, Brother Tucker, you're chairman of the Constitution Bylaws Committee. And this, of course, this committee is going to be a very important committee, because the most important thing we're going to be taking up in this convention is a per capita increase, and we have attempted to put a good committee together here. Well, what about, what'd you say? Which one of these guys would you recommend for the Constitution bylaws? We'll try to get one on one and one on the other.
Either one on the Constitution, either one, it doesn't matter.
All right.
Both about the same size local unions, both Christian.
All right, then I'll put Lewis Carter on your committee, Constitution bylaws, okay? Mark his name on your list, all of you.
Red Grimes up on registration.
You want Red Grimes on restoration?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Well, he won't be in here now.
He was in here yesterday. He was in here last night, or yesterday at your meeting.
He had some business he had to tend to, and he thought, I understood he wasn't coming back in till tomorrow. Okay, well, maybe
He said he's coming back at 2.
Well, resolutions, we're gonna have some important resolutions in the resolutions committee. Or the education, we got the education code legislative is all in one committee now. That's the one that Curtis Orman is chairman of. Huh?
I'd like to suggest I found that the women can do a whole lot more on coke than anybody else. Ought to put more women in, trying to get me all of me.
Let's get Grimes on the resolutions committee. What's his first name? Everybody? Huh? Everybody knows him by Red. I don't even know what his first name is. Roy Grimes?
golfer.
If you don't call him Red, nobody will know who he is. He wasn't even, if you call him by his name.
You got an agenda, Russell?
Russell, here's
I thought you was like, go get it.
If you called Red something other than Red, he wouldn't even.
What'd you do with him? Put him on resolution?
Resolutions, Red Grimes on resolution, Lewis Carter on Constitution and bylaws. Now, let's get this black woman that you're talking about on the, on the, Cope Committee. That one, what's her name? How you spell that? O-S-I-E? Miller? O-S-I-E. Now, you want, Joe Franks on one, Brother Dees. Where did you want, which one do you want to put Joe on? Hmm? No, we deliberately held them short. We can get, we can get 12 on each one of them. We don't want to get them too big where they can't function. But we got room on several of them yet. Why don't we put Joe, let's see, where would be a good place to put Joe? Constitution bylaws, you think he's for the per capita increase?
Put two or three on the road
Huh?
committee, and all three not, that's the reason I was looking. And then maybe he can do something for that.
Huh?
The reason I thought of that, Brother Randall, is so that maybe he'll change his idea when the time the rest of the committee gets through talking to him.
Well, what's his name?
Joe Frank.
Oh, Joe. I know you.
Well, let's see, we've got one, the trouble is we've got Tucker and Carter, both from IBEW. Laverne Tucker's on there from IBEW. We don't want to get it stacked with IBEW people. Let's see what we got on there. That's why you have to look at all of this. Huh?
It may be the one that can influence.
Put him on there anyhow, huh? You want to take him on, do you, Laverne? Huh? I'll put him on there then on your recommendation, Joe Frank. No, it ain't too many.
Well, I mean, from some of the other unions, if anybody wants to recommend anybody.
But you might be right, if y'all can get him on the committee and work on him for a while, maybe you can at least quieten him down. So we're gonna put him on there. Joe Frank. Now,
What's the other guy that Brother Granville mentioned on the rules committee?
what's the other guy's name? S.B. Buck. Well, now, the Rules Committee's gonna have to be ready to report fast.
Yeah, Carl, I already got the rules ready, I'm just gotta ramble down the rest of them stuff.
No, these people can come from the same town, the same international union. So we got Wood as chairman, he's handled it before, and he you gotta have knowledgeable people. Marion Shin from IUE over at Louisville, E.S. Hutto, IBEW 605 here in Jackson. Patricia Stewart, where's she from, Tom? Patricia Stewart. Hattiesburg, she's what, CWA?
Yeah.
All right, F.M. Oglesby, he's a rubber worker from Natchez. Edna Carter, she's a ACWA person, Pascagoula. And W.C. Peterson, who is a paper worker from Monticello, I believe, ain't it? Monticello. So that's the proposed elections committee, and but if any of these people are nominated as a candidate to the board, then we have to replace them. But we thought we ought to get us a committee together, then it'll be easy to replace them, and later on. So anyhow, that's where we got Brother Wood at, Brother Tucker. We do have him down.
What you mean?
The committee.
You got any more committees?
There wasn't one in your kit, though.
The committee, I scattered them around. Give him that list you got.
There's one, yeah, there's
I
one.
I put some out down there where everybody's supposed to be sitting. Lewis Carter, Joe Frank, and S.B. Buck to Constitution and Bylaws. Red Grimes to the Resolutions Committee. Ossie Miller and J.J. Rogers to the Education Code and Legislative Committee. Red Grimes is on the Resolutions Committee. He's on your committee. You chairman of that.
Yeah, I just got through serving a 2-day thing on one like this.
Well, that's good. We take all that expense under consideration. Now, does anybody have anybody else they want to recommend now before we leave that? Yes. Guppy? All right. Okay.
Put one on registration.
Y'all don't have certain rooms that we can be available to meet in, or
Right.
we can meet in our regular.
No, you'll have a place to meet. Right.
You got any particular one assigned you get to meet with?
He'll tell you where they are. Yeah, he's made those arrangements. When is McGuffey coming over here?
He'll be here in the morning.
Let's put him on.
Commute back as far as.
What? Oh, he is?
Yeah, he lives halfway between here and Vicksburg.
Well, we better not put him on one of these committees because they're going to have to be meeting in the afternoon. He's probably going to have to leave. Let's put the other guy. What's the guy's name? Guy's name? What? John Cummings? Put him on his resolutions committee. Johnny Cummings?
Johnny Cummings.
What you need him in?
John Cummings?
What about 39?
Which committee, Claus?
On the resolutions committee. John Cummings. That gives you 2 added. That gives you 12 there. We got 12 on the education committee now, Cope committee. And we got 13 on Constitution bylaws. If we got 10 there to start with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Got 13 on the. That's a bad number, and if we need to find somebody else, we don't want a 13-member committee.
Might be good, give him a swing vote.
All right, give them a swing.
I move we adopt all these committees.
All right. We got a motion out to adopt the committees that you have before you. Any discussion? Do we have a second? Any discussion on the motion? Not all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Let's get your resolutions out of the kits now, and we'll kind of go over them a little bit with you. Constitution. Resolutions 1, 2, and 3 in the Constitution Bylaws Committee. Everybody got that? Resolution number 4 in the Education Code Legislative Committee. Resolution number 5, ban the can, also in the Education Code Legislative Committee. Resolution number 6, foreign imports and union label, Resolutions Committee. Mr. Kelly? Resolutions Committee, number 6. Number 7, also resolutions. Number 8, resolutions committee. Number 9, Education, Cope, and Legislative Committee.
Number 10, Resolutions Committee. Now let me explain a couple of things to you. You recall the last board meeting we had a time problem. We wasn't able to get around and do everything that we had planned to take up at that board meeting because of the fact that IUE had a conference down here, and we had to get off down here to attend a press conference with Paul Jennings. One of the things we didn't get to do at that time was to assign a job to several members of the board in the area of writing up a few resolutions to be presented to the convention in the name of the board, as we usually do in the past. So in the absence of board action, I assume the responsibility of asking a few people to do that anyhow. Well, I'd like to start with resolution number 10. I wrote up resolution 10. I wrote up one on organizing. Tom wrote up the one on affiliation, the one on political education. James Jackson wrote up the one for us on the union label. And there might be another one or two there, but all of them have been drafted and will be submitted in the name of the executive board, provided, of course, that you approve them here this afternoon. Okay? I don't know, have you had an opportunity to read all the resolutions yet? We've tried to mail them out to you and afford you an opportunity to read them yet. But this resolution number 10, I think, is going to be perhaps one of the most important things we do in here outside of adopting the per capita increase, or at least trying to get it adopted. Let's take 10 first. Is everybody ready?
Well, I'm not trying to speed things up, but has everybody read these resolutions? Matter of fact, our state organization just adopted most of these
Have you?
resolutions.
Yeah.
It's going on record as supporting,
Yeah.
So, if the motion would be in order without, you won't just read each one of them.
No, just want to make sure that everybody's had a chance to read them, and because they will be submitted in the name of the board. We don't want to. Well, I thought if you want to adopt a motion to adopt them all, that's good. We don't take them up one at a time. Huh? Rather do them one at a time? All right. Okay. All right, you want to start at 1 and come back? Let's start at 1. Resolution number 1, of course, has already been approved by the board. Resolution number 2 has already been approved by the board. Resolution number 3 was submitted by the Columbus Labor Council, which means that this resolution does not have to be considered here this afternoon. A central body, a local union, can submit a constitutional change on their own, but that resolution will still have to be considered by the Constitution Bylaws Committee.
Well, I was only talking about the ones now submitted by the executive board. That might be the reason somebody raised a question about some of the others. I'm not talking about all of them, just the ones.
Yeah, just the one by the board?
Yeah.
All right, the resolution number 4 was submitted by a central body, which don't require board action. Resolution number 5 was submitted by the Aluminum Workers Local 202 out of Grenada, which don't require board action. Foreign imports and union label was the one drafted by Brother Jackson on the.
I was really drafting it behalf of the board.
That's right, drafted for the board, so that one requires board action. Motion to approve resolution number 6.
I make a motion that we approve resolution number 6.
I say.
Any discussion on that motion? Not all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried, so ordered. Resolution number 7 is the one on organizing, which will have to be approved.
Make a motion we approve number 7.
Any discussion on that motion? Not all in favor of adopting resolution number 7 signify it by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Resolution number 8 on affiliation, the same category.
Make a motion we approve.
Motion to approve resolution number 8. Second?
I'll second.
All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Resolution number 9, political education, political action, same category.
Make a motion we approve.
Motion to approve resolution number 9.
Second.
Any discussion? Not all in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Now we come to resolution number 10, presidential election.
I'm gonna move it. I got it.
The motion now before the House is to adopt resolution number 10. We having a discussion on that motion? Any discussion on resolution number 10? Not all in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Motion carried and so ordered. Brother Taylor?
Question on the resolution number 3.
Number 3.
Will be referred to the Constitution and Bylaws Committee.
Right.
Since some of these proposed changes would affect probably just about everybody in this room, can you assume that this would be okayed by the many people? And we proceed as if it would and not have to go back and change later on and come being.
Well, the question's gonna come up like it did before. If resolution number 3 is adopted, and I'm gonna direct my remarks now at Brother Tucker, chairman of that committee. Brother Tucker, this resolution will change the makeup of the board if it's adopted. Now, obviously, we have to take fast action on this one. And it's going to be necessary for your committee to meet and be ready to at least report out either favorably or, concur or non-concurrence in this resolution at the business session Monday afternoon after we get back in session after this in the Capitol. We have to, I don't think there's all that much support for the resolution, but the fact is we have to dispose of it. If it's approved, then it will change up things considerably. Then the question's going to come whether or not it'd be approved by me in his office. So at that point, I'd have to call up there and find out if they approve before we open up the nomination of officers.
Well,
really?
That's the reason I brought the question up. A telephone call, what kind of approval is it?
Well, again, it might be if it's adopted, it ought not go into effect until the next convention. But that's the prerogatives of the committee. These are some of your alternatives. Right.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brother Taylor? Okay?
Okay.
All right.
I have checked the rules that you've just been handed. Now,
Yeah.
this is something that each of you need to put in your pocket and keep with you. That's the latest rules governing state central body. I've checked these for this particular thing, Marvin, is this constitutional amendment. And I don't see anything either that prohibits it or authorizes it, either one. It don't speak to
Don't
that.
even mention it.
It don't speak to that particular.
Do you think this particular thing has a chance to be okay? I don't.
I don't think so. I don't think so myself. It's not the first time it's come up.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's got a chance, but if Tucker does probably
Yeah.
does a good railroad job on it, it don't depend.
Well, the committee, if it don't clear the committee, then it's changing this.
Right.
Yeah, over, but, there's a number of things in there, I think, was really hurt to make up the executive board, because some local unions, if they got a member on the executive board,
everybody, it
I
affects
have
them all.
to disagree. I happen to be from that CIO.
It's pretty broad. It affects them.
And I don't think it was directed
Several.
at no organization, and it was, actually, I ain't saying, I'm not talking for the resolution or against it, but I think some people has misinterpreted what they brought the thing up for, and I would like to say, being as I was there at the meeting and, had just listened, I think, some other person here in the room was at the meeting too. It was brought up, and their intentions, I think, are good. They may have not put it down here. Was brought up to try to get more people in the state of Mississippi involved in the labor movement. Now, that's the whole thing behind it. And it wasn't brought up to involve any one international or any, I know I've been all over the state and they say, well, they after you up yonder in Columbus, ain't you? I said, no, they ain't after me, why? And they said, well, this resolution's wrote against you, so it's, everybody, I guess, in the state thinks that they wrote it against them or something. But, this was not the intent, I don't think, of the resolution. And that's all I want to say about it. I'm not talking for it or against it, but I don't think it was just brought up against anybody.
Well, the way I heard it, that was the main problem, but it goes on to also affect other people, and not just you. As I read the thing, and Brother Tucker's been discussing it here, when you don't have one board member from one international union on here, it even causes people sitting here not to be eligible to rerun. Like you got two ladies from CWA, and if that resolution passes, they're gonna only be entitled to one, as I read it.
Well, we feel, Mr. Chairman, we feel like the resolution is.
And I don't think they realize that, Curtis, is what I'm saying.
Well, they would hit you, it would hit IBW, it hit ACWA, it would hit CWA. That's three, I don't know about Carpenters, it hit Carpenters. It'd get Carpenters, get look around the table here.
To the board and get them more interested is what they was looking at. I'm not.
Yeah, it would affect several people.
Let me ask you a question,
Yeah.
Curtis, on this thing, is to make you say, this fact, I mean, where it says in order to be elected, I don't say re-elected, that you have to be a delegate from a central body or from your local union, what's the?
I think that's already in the Constitution. Half of this ain't no changes. I believe y'all better read your Constitution.
Well, I mean, I know it is in order to be elected, but I mean, I was wondering if that was another vague matter than saying to be re-elected.
No, they were just, look, I don't know why they did it, but it looked like they were putting some stuff in here that was already in the Constitution. They just including it all in here together. And some, I've run into quite a few people that, they say, well, they changed the Constitution 4 or 5 different ways when it's already in the Constitution.
Let me
I
analyze
didn't think
this.
that was a change the way it was wrote, but I was wondering if the meaning was there behind it.
Let me analyze this just a little bit, if I may.
Brother
I'm
Knight
looking
wants the floor.
Look at the last section, section 4. I think this is, of course, the section 3 deals with, the vice president, the board member. Let's look at section 4. Each officer and member of the general executive board at the time of his or her election shall be a delegate to the convention. Now, there's no change there. This is the same. He or she shall at the time of his or her election be a member of a local union affiliated with the Mississippi AFL-CIO. That's there now. Now, here's the part that's not there now. And a state AFL-CIO affiliated central body. Now, that's added. That's different what it is now. And then, the local union shall maintain its membership in both organizations during the term of office. Now, that is amended just a little. His or her principal occupation or field of union activity shall be within the so forth and so on. That's as is already. There's no change there. So now that's the differences as I see it. I'm just, in trying to interpret the thing as it is now compared to what this is. That's all.
Well, that plus the fact that it's holding down to one person from an international union.
Yeah, up in section 3.
Section 3.
That's a major change.
Yeah, well, the resolution's been submitted by a central body. We have to reproduce it and refer it to the appropriate committee, which we've done. And, of course, I assume that, Brother Tucker and Brother Underwood is on that committee. Tucker, Sheldon, Underwood, Grantham, Laverne Tucker,
This
are
thing
all
also
members of
says-
that committee.
This thing also says that, Curtis Oldman can't run again.
No, don't say that.
Don't say that.
No.
Everybody reading that in there, but if you read the Constitution, it says the same thing the Constitution does now.
That's what I just pointed out to you, Russ.
Russell, it says, if you read it, Constitution already says 70% of his activity. No, it don't say 70%.
Major.
It says majority, a major.
That's in there?
Yes. Yes, already in there.
I didn't read that.
I know. It says here, principal, his or her principal occupation.
Well, does your category fall into principal in Mississippi, or how
You've
about
asked me that about 3 times, Tucker, and I'll say again, yes, but if you want me to resign, I'll resign. In other words, I don't care whether I'm on the board or not, but.
Well, I don't particularly care myself about being on the board, we had the option in the electrical workers for them to select somebody else, they made their choice, but what I wanted to say, Claude, about this was that each central body that I've had any dealings with feel that the president of the central body should make up this board, and vice president, they feel like they're the only labor organization it is. Okay, now I say this, it's the building trade people, I'm all over half of the state of Mississippi, and even in the governor's election, I imagine I had as much influence in the election as any central labor body did put together in this man's election. Because I'm not confined to a plant or all my activities in one piece of money. So I don't feel like the central body is going to dominate the Mississippi AFL-CIO no more than I do that one organization should dominate.
Well, again, you know, the resolution's in your committee.
Right.
And your committee will convene and you'll make a decision on whether to bring that resolution out. It's really out of the hands of the board now, right?
Okay, now let me go
Yeah.
back to Curtis. Now Curtis,
Okay.
what I said, I understand that you probably work in more than one state, and I didn't, that wasn't no slam at you. 'Cause
That's right.
I belong to the Columbus Central Labor Union myself, and I wasn't at the meeting when this was drafted.
I was, let me make this clear, I did not have anything to do, with drafting this resolution at all. I just happened to be at the meeting when it was voted on, and in fact, I wasn't even out at the meeting that was voted on. I got a telephone call while they brought it up, but I had read it, and they had, discussed it before I left the room. And I had to go make a telephone call. When I come back, I had to ask what they done with it. But I didn't have anything to do with drafting the resolution, have anything to do with bringing it up or anything. But I just thought that then, some people had took this personally, that it was something that they brought up against IBEW or the Carpenters or the CWA and so forth, that this was not what it was aimed at. It might affect some of those, but it might affect me or anybody else, but it was aimed at trying to get more people in the state into the, they had good intentions, I think, in that they wanted to get more unions in the state AFL-CIO. And I think that was their intent. You know, I understand the intent, and I think the intent is good, but from a practical point of view, the people that's got the votes in this convention be adversely affected. Therefore, I don't think there's much possibility of this resolution being approved. Now, it's an old one, it's not a new one, we've dealt with this thing before. There is a solution to what he's talking about, and if we could ever get off the bottom of the barrel with enough money to operate like we ought to, I'd like to propose that the presidents of these central bodies be ex officio members of this board, where they'd be privileged to attend our meetings. Then you'd accomplish what you're trying to do. But the central body, I think, ought to be responsible for paying the expenses to attend the board meetings and work this out. But I'd like to put that before you for some consideration. Instead of being elected members, just let the board itself designate them as ex officio members. Let them participate in our deliberations and things of that kind, with an understanding that the central body take care of the expenses to attend meetings. That might be a solution. That might be something to think about, you know. You might want to consider that, brother. Tucker, when you deliberate this resolution.
Of course, what all the central bodies ought to realize, there's no prohibition against them running under the present constitution. If they wanna run for the board, they got a perfect right to do so.
Well, what we got 2 or 3 presidents of central bodies here now. Cecil, president of central body, Grantham is president of central body. Joe, are you back now?
Yeah.
Where's Joe? Aren't you
Joe's
president
back.
again?
Right.
So you see.
So we got 3 central body presidents on the board.
And I'm sure you're gonna have one from Reading as a candidate for vice president.
Are you?
Thought and what it says is that a person has to be affiliated in a delegate now to be elected, right?
Right.
So, even with that intent that you talked about, if he wasn't already in the labor movement, his chances of getting elected would be mute in this particular
Right.
election.
Right. Yes, Brother Underwood?
Before we leave these, I'd just like to say a word about this number 4 resolution.
Number 4?
You know, we talked to you about this down in your office a while back. Since that time, we've changed workman's comp carriers. And our new workman's comp carrier is refusing a lump sum payment for any partial disability that any employee has, as long as he goes back on that job that he left from before he got hurt. In the past, you know, if we got 10%, we've been drawing a 10% lump sum payment. And the only thing we can do to those people is to tell them, well, you might as well go get a lawyer. So we'd like to have the right to represent those people in this informal hearing before the Workman's Comp Commission. You can do it in unemployment compensation, you can represent a guy, but before the Workman's Comp Commission, it has to be a member of the Mississippi Bar Association in order to represent an employee.
And a lot of the others.
It's pitiful. I mean, the money that's costing these employees, we've got 3 cases already that they've refused since we talked to you the other day.
That right?
Small claims,
Yeah. Well, I think it would be good, Brother Underwood, for you to meet with Kelly's committee that's got this resolution and that resolution he's talking about is in the code, no, it's the other one, it's in Curtis's, committee, right, Joe Davis. Well, Joe, are you familiar with the problem?
Yeah.
Well, you're on the committee and you might, if Curtis gets called out here, you're gonna have to handle it anyhow, Curtis, you know, if you were you'll have to handle the committee anyhow. Since you're familiar with the problem, we're in good shape, okay?
Chairman,
Yes.
I would like to get permission to, sit in on this particular committee because I'm involved with that thing myself.
Are you?
And, if that meeting doesn't conflict with the, registration.
Well, you ought to have yours out of the way pretty well on restoration, Doris. Matter of fact, we could just put you on the committee if you'd like to serve.
No, I don't want committee, I would just like to.
Question.
Yeah.
Say on this particular resolution and also one from the central body, are y'all gonna invite people that suppose these two come in and point out to the committee their views? Might keep down a lot of squabble, let them people come in and make their pitch on both.
Right. That'd be,
Up to the committee.
that's the prerogative of the committee chairman, I think.
Maybe the committee should invite them, you know.
Right.
to come in.
Well, when you make your announcement of your meeting, Brother Tucker, you're gonna have to have your meeting. I don't see any way to do it other than do it during the lunch hour while we're visiting the Capitol with the rest of the delegates. You know, the first day, and be ready to bring that thing up and get action on it for it or against it. What have I got there? The 3 o'clock Monday afternoon.
Put Doris down on that.
3 o'clock. Huh?
I recommend Doris.
Wanna put Doris, would you like to get on that committee?
Well, not necessarily, I just like to.
We'd like her on there, and,
Alright.
she's gonna sit in there while we want her to vote too.
Me and my big man.
Yeah.
Doris Miller? Alright, Doris, I'm gonna add you on the Education Code Legislative Committee.
You gonna let her continue to serve on the registration committee?
Yeah, she's still, she's part of it.
We're gonna fool around, be short-handed if we ain't careful.
Well, I didn't ask to be on that.
I thought it was understood that she could serve on it too, but you got through.
Well, you're not gonna have to have an early meeting. You won't probably have to meet with your committee until, the next day sometime, see? Well, after we adjourn Monday, after we adjourn Monday, we're gonna try to adjourn early for you to meet Monday afternoon, for the committees to meet Monday afternoon. Most of your restoration activities will be over by then. There's no prohibition against you serving on both. I don't see anything wrong putting them on both, Tom, unless you wants off of the restoration.
No, what I really wanted to just visit with that.
All right, okay, all right. Okay, you are now on the committee.
I need to make an announcement, the committee.
Yeah, all right, Brother Knight's gonna tell you where to meet, I guess.
For the benefit of the chairman, all the committee chairmen. We've got, all the committee chairmen, please. We've got this room, Willer Room 1 and 2, which is all the way around to the right, go just beyond the registration table, and keep going around to the right, and then turn back up in a little corridor. Willer Room 1 and 2 and this one are reserved by us throughout the convention. So we got them day and night, any time that you want to meet, either one of the three rooms. Walnut,
Why don't they decide which one they want now?
All right.
Because we got three major committees. We got Constitution and bylaws that'll need a place to meet, resolutions, education and code, three big major committees. The Rules Committee can meet in a room somewhere, right? 5 members of that committee. You'll probably be getting them together tonight or early in the morning, won't you? So that's no problem. All right, Tucker, you take this one. Okay, let's assign them now. All right, Tucker, you know where this one is, so you got this one.
Last night we was in 1 and 2. There's a petition comes through, and that's
I'll take you to 1 and 2. Who's the other chairman?
Curtis, our chairman. You won't tell him.
This is what the Walnut Room, ain't it? Huh?
Yeah, this is. Yeah, right.
It's your choice.
Russell, carry Curtis down and show him where those two are.
I'll leave the blind down there, but you.
He'll show you, Curtis, where they are.
Give me the name. I'm gonna write them down.
Willer, W-I-L-L-O-W. 1.
The yellow paper. We got some yellow paper so you can identify it from the rest of that paper you got.
We couldn't find no toilet paper, so we used it.
Now, Brother Jackson, you've handled it many times in the past, so you give us a partial report.
Yeah, I see where you got me down.
Where we got you, and then Brother Woodson, if you'd come up with Jackson,
10:30, yeah.
if you'd come up with James and be on the podium with him when he makes his report, right behind his report, then we'll take up the rules and adopt the rules, and then we'll be in a position to go ahead and take care of the business.
Mr.
Now,
President, right there, while you're right there, advise them they're supposed to be on the podium, all of them.
yeah.
Except
All right.
James, probably. He
Okay.
may not be able to.
What's that?
Yeah, all the board's supposed to come to the stage at 9.
Yeah, we want all of you on just up there on the podium when we crank up. When we get started, it's just more or less normal procedure to have the full board there for the opening session. And after the opening session,
That's for room decoration in the absence of centerpiece.
Well, I mean, this is what we've always done in the past, for the full board to be on the podium for the opening round. Now, we'll go down for a few minutes. You see where we got Tom scheduled. We got a film, some of you have seen it before. We'd like to show the delegates about the functions of a state organization. Now we're doing a little something new this time. We're gonna have a long lunch hour. We're gonna afford them all an opportunity to visit the Capitol. Let the Speaker introduce them, the Lieutenant Governor introduce them. Both houses will be convening at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We try to get them back here and crank up again at 3 o'clock. At that point, we'll try to take up the first resolution. Right? All right, now, this is what we want the board to do now. We'll listen to this again. when we get ready to show the film, after Tom gets through, we'll have, what's his name, Joe Kerger? He
Yeah.
gonna run the thing for you?
I guess, I hadn't told him.
Anyhow, we'll show the film behind Tom. When we get ready to show the film, all of y'all leave the podium. You'll have to get on anyhow. We want you to act as the escort committee for the governor. The governor will be coming in at about 11:30, and we'd like y'all to escort him back up to the podium and sit with him, of course, during his address. Okay? And you got the rest of it. Committee meetings, after we recess that day, if we can stay in line. You might want to take a note, we're doing a little something new also. We got 2 members of the House delivering the invocation. Wayne Burks from Hinds County over here at Clinton, Monday. Horace Buckley, who is one of the new black members from Hinds County, who is also an ordained minister. Both of them are ordained ministers. Thought it'd be good just to have them on the program to give the invocation. Of course, the rest of it, I think, needs no explanation. We get down to 1:30. 1:30 when the lieutenant governor's supposed to make her address. We want also at that point, this is right after we reconvene from lunch on Tuesday afternoon, I'd like for the executive board also to act as an escort committee to bring the lieutenant governor to the podium. Okay? Now, we've got something else on there we haven't had before, and that's a tour of the governor's mansion. We are right close to the governor's mansion. It's walking distance. We've made arrangements with the people that's in charge of that thing, and it's a historical building, as all of you know. And we thought, since it was this close by, it'd be good to afford the delegates an opportunity to visit the state capitol and a fast tour of the governor's mansion. So from 3:30 to 5 o'clock, hour and a half, this will all start after they've voted. The election starts at 3. As soon as 25 or 30 of them are ready after they've voted, then we start heading them towards the mansion, let them go over and make the fast tour, and then be back for 5:30 for the social hour. And of course we've got John Henry Falk as the after-dinner speaker for the banquet, and it's probably going to be 7 or after before we can get that started, because they'll get the hall set up and all that. I doubt if we can stay on that time schedule. Now we've got this agenda planned this time for whatever it might be worth. We're shooting for adjournment around 12 o'clock Wednesday, where everybody will get it over with and get out of here. And then, of course, we'll have to have a board meeting as soon as it's over with. The whole thing is contingent on whether or not we have to have a runoff election. If we have to have a runoff election for members of the board or anything like that, then that means that we're not going to be able to get adjourned here around noon. But if we have good luck, and if all you folks with all them votes can get together on who you want to serve on the board and etc., we don't have a runoff election, we'll get through a little sooner. Okay? I think the rest of it speaks for itself down there.
Do you want the board to escort,
The Honorable
Everett
Speaker,
Gransom's buddy?
that was a good Mr. Speaker. Well, this will be the opening round. I think it might be impressive this will be the first time the Speaker of the House of Representatives ever been invited to address a Mississippi AFL-CIO convention.
We better gang around him and take him up there.
You reckon we need to get some folks out of his home district that might be in here?
Well, the president of the central body is from his district.
Maybe he needs to get a delegation of his people to put him in office, bring him in.
Well, I would suggest the board. All over the state. We were represented all over the state.
I think it impressed him a little bit. Huh? What'd you say?
I was just trying to get out of that.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to do, but I believe it would be better.
Well, what do y'all think? We're wide open here, ain't we?
I agree with Everett. I think that
The whole board?
any kind of a delegation, since the Speaker of the House serves the entire state, I don't think we
I think we better give him the same treatment.
All right.
Give Evelyn Gandy.
Okay, the same treatment. All right. So Wednesday morning, the board will assemble just outside the door. Brother Knight will introduce you to the gentleman, those of you that haven't met him, and the whole board then will escort the speaker to the podium right after we get cranked up, okay? We'll give him the full treatment, Brother Grantham.
I'll agree with that.
Scoundrel booger, as he said.
The scoundrel booger, we'll give the scoundrel booger the treatment. Let's see, is there anything else on this agenda now that we need to go over? All right, that's a good question. She wants to know when and so let's look at that a little bit. Mayor, we've got an hour convention business, an hour from 2 to 3 o'clock. Now, if it's possible, we'd like to get the audit committee's report. This will be right behind the Lieutenant Governor's address. We'd like for you and your committee to be on the podium. And Brother Tucker, if it's any way possible, for your committee to be ready with its report on the constitutional changes, especially for capital increase, we'd like to follow that one with the audit committee's report. The one dealing with per capita, because the audit committee's report is going to reflect the adverse conditions we're in from a monetary point of view, you see. And we'd like, while this report is fresh on their minds, for you to call up your resolution on the per capita increase. So if you could, it'd be good if you could be up there with the audit committee to give your report with any other members of the committee that you want with you, see. 2 o'clock Tuesday? Yes.
Did you, discuss with him the fact that they'll have to report on that resolution number 3?
Oh yeah, we done took that up, yeah. We took that up, yeah. Yeah, he knows that. That's Monday. Yeah, I explained to him they'd have to meet while we're in the capitol. We have anything else now on that agenda we need to kick around then?
Mr. Chairman.
I think it'd be good, Bob, for you to, yeah.
I'd just like to personally express my thanks to you and Tom and whoever was involved for not cluttering this agenda with 1,000 speakers this time.
Well, we had too many the last time, no question about it.
These are a little bit more open for convention business.
Yeah, well, we just had too many. We got just, well, with the way the whole thing worked out, and I made up my mind after that last one, we wasn't gonna have that many this time. Really. Didn't come by no accident. I've had some other folks wanting on this program, we had to turn them down. But yeah, well, yeah, we hope that we don't have too many speakers this time. And of course, most of this convention is going to be aimed at the capital over there. It's the governor, the lieutenant governor, the legislature. And then with the banquet, I should tell you, I think that we wound up here in a bad situation. The fact that we got another wing game sponsored by the Oxford Chamber of Commerce or somebody up that way in honor of the Lafayette County delegation to the legislature. That's the Ole Miss crowd more than anything else, that same night. Consequently, we're not going to have all of the legislators present. We've tried to, I got a letter out to them on January the 12th advising them and asking them to hold this night open. And then this outfit comes up and schedule it anyhow. And the reason that we moved the social hour up to 5:30 was at the request of Buddy Newman in order that some of them could come by and visit with us and have a drink and go to the other one. That's the reason for that. So a lot of them will come by for by the social hour, huh?
But he wouldn't have a drink with him.
Well, I don't know, maybe he'll just have a drink of water. But anyhow, that's the reason for the early social hours, so they come by here and then go to the other. Now, one other thing. And I'm going to ask Chip Henry to talk at you here just a minute about his experiences in the legislature. We just about through, I think, with what we got to do here this afternoon.
I got one other thing before you get through.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we ain't. I put in front of you a list of the Senate Insurance Committee. And I'm gonna tell you why I've done that. The House has already passed two bills that we had given top priority in the session. One of them was increasing unemployment insurance, and the other one was workman's compensation insurance. And I went back and done a little checking on that this morning to see had a couple of the House passed House Bill 538, which would increase the maximum benefit of unemployment insurance up to $80 March the 2nd. And I couldn't, Tom, I got all of my stuff out of over there a while ago, and I can't find where 538 has yet been referred to a Senate committee. I feel reasonably sure it would have been by now. It should be in the Senate Insurance Committee. But I couldn't find where it had ever been referred to the Senate committee. That's House Bill 538. You might want to make a note of this, write it down somewhere. Now, all that bill done was increase the maximum. No changes in the formula as far as the lower paid workers. Their wages have to come up before they get up to the maximum. But it is considerable improvement over the present 60. Not as much as I'd like to see it or you would, but still in all it's a pretty good improvement. $20 is a hell of a lot better than 60. That bill was passed March the 2nd. We got some fast action on that one. Now after that one got out of the way, you see, we was able to use that a little bit in our favor on the other one, the workman's compensation bill. So last Thursday the House passed House Bill 531. Write this number down. It passed House Bill 531. That is a committee substitute for 531, and that bill basically does this. It increases the weekly benefit amount under the present Workmen's Compensation Act from $63 to $84 as of July 1 of 1976. Then it provides a $7 increase July the 1 of 77. Then that's another $7 increase the following year, and a $7 increase the following year, until it gets to $105, the maximum 105. Now, the reason I'm bringing all this up yet to you here this afternoon, the Manufacturers Association, I assume it's them because their main spokesman over there is the man that offered the amendment over that Thursday, made a serious effort in the House to stop the last two $7 increases. In other words, they wanted $84 this year, $91 next year, and that would have been it. Any increases after that, we'd have to come back with another bill. The amendment that Butch Lambert offered over there Thursday would have knocked out the two $7 increases for the last 2 years of this administration, is what it adds up to. Had quite a hassle over this one, but the vote is what I want to give you, and this gives you a pretty good indication about how much strength we've got over there. That amendment failed by a vote of 62 to 56, a 6-vote majority. In other words, the House rejected the amendment by a 62 to 56 vote. Now, the bill was the motion to reconsider. It was held on motion to reconsider. It was tabled Friday, and the bill was released to the Senate Friday. It's on its way to the Senate, and the bill should be referred. Again, I think she'll put it in the Senate Insurance Committee. You see, Workmen's Compensation. That's Per and Purposes Committee, Joe. Now, the reason I gave you the listing of the Senate Insurance Committee centers around this fact. If you get an opportunity in the course of the convention, especially here Tuesday night, to talk to any of the folks on this committee, take a look at them. These are the people that we're going to have to be working on to get the bill out and get a quick vote on the floor of the Senate. I feel reasonably sure she'll put it in the, insurance committee. Now,
They should have a county just
well, I can tell them if you don't recognize them, I can call them all for them, I think. Purvis, of course, is from Tupelo. Wright is from, Jackson. That's,
Jackson
Senator
County
Wright.
or Hines County? They give
No,
them
Hines County. Wright is from Hines County. Alexander is your Senator, Mavis, Bolivar County. Boudron is from, Vicksburg, Warren County. Ellington is from Hines. Bob, you might be able to do some Ellington. He's turned out to be a pretty good guy,
What
by
about
the way.
DeSale?
DeSalle is from Yazoo County. William Guy, that is, he's from Macomb. That's Pike County. Hickman is from down around Hazelhurst, I believe.
No, Hickman's from Brookhaven.
Brookhaven.
What's that?
Lincoln County. Moffus is from Clarksdale. Moffus is a good man anyhow. Moore is one of the new ones. He's from over around your neck of the woods, Curtis, over there somewhere, I believe.
Moore is from,
Dan Moore from Manjack.
Dan Mantachi, that's him. You know it.
That one goes up the river there.
That's him. That's right, Mantachi. You're correct.
What county is that?
Mantachi, that's Itawamba, ain't it? Itawamba, Tishomingo, right. Martin Smith is from Pearl River County. Where'd Russell get off to? Pearl River County, Poplarville. Waldrop is from up in Union County at New Albany. Watkins is from Natchez. That's got Adams County, right. Okay. What'd you say?
About frozen to death. I tried to just regulate that thing, but I don't know what the heck that. Robert, where's the electricians? We got 5 or 6 of them in here. What do we do with this thing?
Takes me twice as long to get cold to Evans, so I can imagine how everybody else feels. Yeah.
Norman, you tried turning thermostat. Well, you can't turn that thing. It got set on by 78, had to turn it according to the figures there, but you can't.
Yeah.
You can't turn it.
That's about 77 here, but it's lower than that again.
Down to about 50.
I'd like to ask Brother Chip Henry back there if he'd like to have a word to say. As I mentioned to you earlier, Chip is a student out here at Jackson State, and he and his professor, approached me back before this session started about, he'd like to work with me some, learn something about the legislature. He'd get credit with his college degree and all that stuff, result. And I explained to him that we was in such bad shape financially I couldn't put him on the payroll, but I'd be happy to have him work with me. I'd try to show him around to the best of my ability. And then he in turn would try to keep me informed to the best of his ability on what was going on over there. So he's with us this afternoon. He spent a lot of time with the legislature, and of course, just before this past week, most of the work was going on in committee meetings, and this is where they make you or break you, of course, in committee meetings. The result of his participation over there and observance and what have you, I've got some good reports and some bad reports, of course, but Curtis, I can tell you, and he'll tell you also, that young Coleman from over your neck of the woods, who's on the House Insurance Committee, has done yeoman's work for us inside that committee. He was one of the main movers behind keeping out some bad language in that workman's comp bill. But at this time, I'd like to ask Chip if he'd like to get up and say a few words to this board.
Well, I just would like to relate to you what I saw when I went over there. My surprise wasn't
there on top of it, but people would be reporting it before I could get it. That's just one little thing, but, all right, I get over there at 8 o'clock in the morning, and at either 8 or 8:30, the committees begin. And, all right, bam, they hit you with these bills of legal language that half understand, half don't. And a bunch of them are trying to pull slick moves that don't have anything to do with the bill, but they got these things buried in there that, you know, if you're not careful, you won't look at it. Half of them don't read it. And so, and that's one maneuver they use. Another one, they plumb them into subcommittees in each committee, and they meet all day. You can't make it to all of them if there's one person in each house. And not only do you have to attend that meeting, if they break up in subcommittees, you have to attend 3 of them. You can't make them all there, and they got that stuff buried in them. So it's almost an impossible thing to keep up with what's going on. And the titles, you can get a fairly good indication of whether or not it has to do with labor on the face of it, but half the time that's not where it comes from. Or, and okay, you have a decision to sit in on this committee or this committee. Say Judiciary A. You look through the bills that are introduced and say, okay, we've got 4 or 5 of them to be coming out. Well, by 8:30 you've had to, in order to make the rounds and see what, choose priorities for the day, you have to, have made 15 or so contacts by 8:30 in the morning. Some of those people hadn't gotten there. The committee's running consecutively, and so at any rate, it's just a mountain of jobs. I mean, a mountain of things to do, and that's just to keep up. After, if you can keep up, which is relatively impossible, then you got to figure out how you're going to influence it. And that means making sure you know what's going to be done in the committee. Often they don't even know. And you got to be ready to speak on it when it comes up. And, or have spoken to people who are in the committee about questionable parts in those bills. And, so that's doing the research on those bills, speaking to those people while all these meetings are going on is just a chaotic situation to be thrown into. I mean, running around there sweating, and I didn't really see how any order could come out of it. Well, as it turned out, they were going pretty slow. Well, they told me I was told that they were going pretty slow for legislation. They weren't turning anything out, but every committee was in the House at any rate. Senate need to have twice a week. That, in the committee, they'll come out on the floor and take up a whole day debate about whether or not raccoons string. They waste a whole long block of time, and then on the day before the deadline, they come out and they don't spend 5 minutes with bills that the people have introduced and have made it to the committee. It seems irresponsible to me. And then when they get negotiations.
Yeah, you sound like negotiations.
So then they kill about 80% of those. The rest of them that make it to the calendar are cut off by the deadline, and they get killed. So it's only a small percentage of the will of the people Manufacturers are up there in force, and they got highly paid research people and that stuff. I don't see how you can compete with them if you don't match that kind of manpower and that kind of money too, but I suppose that'll have to be done for organizations. I think some research could be done in having a whole package of bills to introduce. I mean, there was a legislative program this year, but if you could approach each representative or each senator with 2 or 3 bills and see if you introduce that you could have an onslaught there. A backlog of important legislation you want to handle. Another thing to be done would be to coordinate the way those people vote, record and systematically analyze how those people vote and match the organizing campaign to those political votes. So there's some of those people need to be analyzed. Another thing, I'd be there, constantly, and just sitting there in a committee and something be popped on in the committee. Well, it'd be voted out of that committee 15 or 20 minutes later, and then hit the floor that afternoon. Well, how do you rally support in that length of time? Letter writing things and that. And if, on the other hand, if you take the introductions and send those out and get response from the locals, that's probably what will be necessary, but there are too many bills that impact on labor to have every, AFL-CIO would be financing postal service. I guess some medium ground where priorities are gathered and disseminated to return is the best way. But you've got to have somebody to coordinate that, and they can't be running around up to the Capitol all day. And they have sessions up to from 8 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock at night, doing regardless of whether it's the House or the Senate. And last week on the deadline, last Thursday night, they were up there till 10:30. And I don't know if I've given you kind of a picture of how impossible a task doing it is, but I hope I've left with the impression that that's an area of concern.
What you trying to tell us, Rims is like a losing battle when you go there by yourself.
Well, thank you.
Mr. President, the
Yeah.
chairman of the audit committee has got some information she wants to give the board.
Yeah, all right, okay. You want to do that now? Yeah.
You gonna do it or what?
Yeah, I'd overlooked that important thing.
We're going to, as in the past, pass the report out after this convention. And, are you gonna make the, forms available?
Yeah, right.
We'll make the forms available if any local wants a copy, but we are gonna give each board member a copy. Which of course, we ask that you don't, publish in your local newspaper. Well, do you want to, look it over and ask any questions or anything on it at this time? If you do, well, I'll be glad to try and answer. What we did, we handled it in the same form that's been handled in past, years. As you know from the meeting in January, we spent about $10,000 more than we had last year. And, at that rate, in one more year, we'll be in bankruptcy. That pretty well speaks for itself. And, we did make a pitch at the end of the report, you'll notice on the last page, for the capital increase. And we compiled these figures which, we took on a per capita basis because we felt that, for quick handling, people can handle $3 is a little better than 100,000, you know. And so we took it on the cost as it had been in 71 and the cost in the past year, which there is a difference from $2.64 to $3.03. And of course the difference between the 240 we're collecting and the actual cost has been taken care of through subsidies. Of course, these are unreliable sources of other funds that we've had.
They're getting more unreliable every day.
Yeah, because the only subsidies we're getting now are the, $500 a month from the IUB for the, extra clerk, and then we get a small amount, a little over $400 a month on Tom's salary from the code. And that's the only subsidies we have coming in. When this, one loan on the, building a lot is paid off, that money is going to be going to the other loan, so that until that's, it won't be long, about 2 years until that's all paid, but when we pay out the one, we'll be paying that money on the other loan for about another 2 years.
Right.
So actually, we won't be out of that until it's all paid for, but it is close to being paid for. Of course, by that time, we look forward to another project in that area, I'm sure.
You had to have a building.
Well, I have vast experience in building.
I tell you, they did I think, in my opinion,
Very good job.
they've done an excellent job on this thing this time, and, I wanna commend Mary and the other members of that committee for doing such a fine job, too.
Well, I had a good committee, and they were all present and helping, and I appreciate it. Is there any questions you have on?
Got any questions for Mary?
And I made the call.
You made the call.
And he wants that my glasses didn't slip off my nose.
I want you to get you some glasses, man. Them half glasses work.
Now, I think that pretty well takes care of the items.
I got one thing.
Brother Knight's got a couple of things.
I handed you the rules governing state bodies a minute ago, it put out by the AFL-CIO. I think it's important that you notice, if you will, if you don't write this minute in the next little while here as members of the board, on page 7, under Article 10, Section B. You're gonna have some questions asked you, there's gonna be some questions raised about the manner in which the election's conducted. We had considerable confusion among some delegates 2 years ago. And, some people even, requested that the election be held over and wrote President Ramsey for this information and that, and in general, some of them thought the election was conducted quite unfair. Now, if you read that section B, it will tell you in no uncertain terms how we are to conduct an election. And Floyd Ramsey and Tom Knight and Curtis Orman and Doris Miller and Marvin Taylor and James Jackson, the Tuckers, and nobody else didn't make the damn rule. Now, there's one other thing that I want you to mention, because it may come up, and again, none of us in this room decided this, is under Article 11 there, delegates. And it tells you who is eligible to be delegates to the state AFL-CIO convention. And that is what our Constitution is based on. The Mississippi AFL-CIO Constitution, Article 3, Section 8. It says that a person that's a delegate at this convention shall be a member of a local union affiliated with the state AFL-CIO and not some other organization. So now that, of course, that's primarily Brother Jackson's concern here at this, but I wanted the board to just, you knew this, but I wanted you to review this. This is the latest rules that we operate by, and we don't, do it if we want to. This is the way we do it, if we're going to do it at all, otherwise we'll go to the house. So I just wanted to call that to y'all's attention.
Well, I intend before we start voting, and perhaps before we start nominating, on the election of nomination officers, I intend to read the rule as it applies to the election under the rules here, and let everybody know that this is not a secret ballot election. Now, there were one or two delegates approached me after the election wanting to protest the way the election was handled. They were of the impression that it was a secret ballot election, and after I explained to them that we were not permitted under the rules to have secret ballot elections, but they had agreed for us to conduct our elections like we do, to expedite the thing. If you don't handle it like we do, then the next thing you have to do is call the roll. And each delegate gets up and announces that I cast so many votes for Curtis Orman, I cast so many votes for Mayor Bryant, I cast so many votes for Grantham. And it would take you 2 days to complete the election using that procedure. So we worked out with the national people the way we do it now, and that's with a printed ballot with a number of votes wrote on it. You call the delegate's name, you hand them the ballot. You see? Well, now, if you want to, you can dig it out and find out how this delegate voted. But this is not a secret ballot, and it was intended to be. It'd be in violation of the rules. But I intend to let everybody know in this convention, the procedure where there won't be any questions about it, But the method that we used was approved by Meany's office several years ago. It's not a secret ballot. It wasn't intended to be a secret ballot. Never was. It's just a fast way of conducting elections.
They're going back to the land of Britain law, which requires secret ballots.
Yeah. But this is a delegate assembly. It's not a local union, you see. They're thinking about Land of Griffin in the local union. But you see, a delegate assembly is where delegates are elected to represent people. It's kind of like the legislature. Well, how would you feel if the legislature had secret ballot elections over there? You would never know how the hell they voted. Well, this organization is a representative group, you see. That's the reason for it. Do we have anything else here, Brother Knight?
I just want to thank the board for their help and cooperation the last 2 years. Appreciate it. Anybody's got $1 on me, I'll take that.
Well, I feel the same way, but we're not quite ready to break up. I got one other little thing to talk to them about. Now, are you through with what you want? I want to talk to you a few minutes about the thing Tuesday night. See if you got any ideas about the head table arrangement. The governor's supposed to come back for that thing. The lieutenant governor's supposed to be here. We'll have Falk, the honored speaker, Rappaport, the head of the insurance company who's paying his expenses. I've asked him to introduce him, so I'll have to have those 4 up there. Alan Johnson will be given the invocation for the thing. The question, who else is going to be up there? Tom Knight has talked like maybe he'd prefer not to be up there. Maybe his wife, my wife, ought to sit in the audience and let me be the only member of the board up there. But we'll set it up. We'll have the whole board up there, as far as I'm concerned. But we would like to get your views on that.
I'll stick to what I said. I think it's best to have his views.
Wouldn't that be enough?
We're going to try to promote that with our delegate
Well, by all means, right. So if it's all right with you folks, we'll get,
What about the Speaker of the House?
he can't be there, he's gotta go to the other thing, otherwise I'd have him up there.
I just didn't hear you call these.
Yeah, right, well, he'd be there. All right, if it's all right with you, this is how we'll set it up. We'll have the governor, the lieutenant governor, Falk and Rappaport, Alan Johnson, and myself. I'll have to open it up, otherwise I would be upset.
Yes, you have your wife up there.
Well, you know, we'll talk about that later, but,
If you don't, you're just gonna have Evelyn up there by herself, she might not like that.
I hadn't thought about that.
I'll tell your wife up there, will you?
What's wrong with you and your wife being up there, Tom?
No,
You and your wife be up there with them too.
That's too many of them, that's too many, there ain't no use to everybody.
Well, if Grant could have his wife up
Well,
there.
that's all right.
He's fine, just, but I think, I don't think his granddaughter
I
leave with
think
you.
Tom's position is that the end table is usually for the guests, and that this dude should be up there.
I understand that.
What?
But
I don't think you need so many people up there.
Just you and your wife.
All right, we'd have 8 if my wife's up there with me. We'd have 10 if Tom and his wife's up there.
8 enough.
Huh?
8 enough.
There's gonna be
Eight would be sufficient.
Huh?
8 would be sufficient. Ten better. You got something against that birthday,
No, I don't have anything against anybody.
I really think you ought to be up there, Tom. You and your wife.
I think Tom is right.
If you're not up there, some folks gonna wanna know why.
Well, they'll see me, they can see me.
Yeah, but
I'm
they're still
not that
gonna
hard
know.
to see.
They can ask you why, can't you?
Why, sure, and I can tell them I just didn't wanna be up there.
Well, I don't like this at table business, never have. It's a pain in the neck. You know, if you try to get everybody up there, you'll miss somebody'll be mad. 'Cause I think the least number you can get up there, the better off probably will be.
Could I say something, Mr. Chairman? I think Tom knows that the last time we had John Henry down here, over at the Heidelberg, I believe it was, they had some of the toughest steaks you ever seen. And, John Henry, some of us were sitting back at a table watching John Henry, and who else was it? Lieutenant Governor
Charlie Sullivan was.
Sullivan. They got a hold of a piece of steak that they couldn't chew and they couldn't swallow. And we sat back there watching them, and we just broke up, and I think we told Tom about it, and he don't want that to happen to him.
He wants to observe.
Yeah, that's right, he wants to observe it.
Okay, all right, well, I'll try to work this out. So if you ain't got any better ideas, I guess it's my baby to deal with. Now, there's one thing, and I'll try to talk to the delegates about this, but there's one thing I think that all of you can be a lot of help on. We get that thing going that night, we just don't want these legislators to be sitting at tables by themselves. We want, the idea here is to have these members of this legislature to be sitting with their delegations, this convention. So don't let them guys get over there and get in a corner by themselves. It has happened. Well, he ain't gonna make the banquet. He'll come by for the cocktail hour, but, you know. Huh? Now, on the visit to the Capitol, I hadn't talked to Tom about this yet, but we're gonna have to figure out some way of doing this. The first thing we'll have to do is find out how many people we're gonna have to go. We're gonna have a seating problem if the whole convention goes over there. They can't get but about 68 in the Senate gallery, and if I counted the seats right, it's about 122 if you occupy both sides, the north and the south gallery, on the House. That means that probably what we're gonna have to do is carry one delegation to the Senate and be seated when the Senate convenes. Maybe you can lead that delegation, you know, let the Lieutenant Governor recognize them and go through all the motions. I'll perhaps take the House and vice versa, either way.
Depending on what's going on, how many seats you'll find on either side.
Well, this is true, but you never know. But I'm just telling you, we're gonna have to kind of play this thing by ear. And, we want them all to be there and in the gallery when they call this, the session to order in both the House and the Senate. And And then we're not gonna have a lot of extra time to lose. But I would like for them to have an opportunity to walk around and look at the portraits on the walls and all that stuff, the former governor. C.R. Ross's picture. Some of you probably haven't had a chance to go yet. See it. It's a good experience. We thought it'd just be good to work it in on this, don't you think? I hope you approve of it. We got it ready to go. Huh? Okay. We don't have anything else up here, Mr. Knight. We're getting ready to adjourn the meeting. We in good shape? Brother Dees has got some.
Considering what I found out, a little bit I know about, work, officers went into planning and expansion, sending invitations out, representing. I understand there's gonna be some of them not gonna be there. I made my mind up, if you give me a mind that I get the election not there, the next election comes up, I'm gonna ask them to go down to Oxford, the Chamber of Commerce, and let them elect. So I think what we need to do is to find out where ours is there or not, and to not give them holy hell when they come in front of us then.
Well,
I bet you can't hog tie and keep one representative from Clay County away from that.
oh, he'll be
Well,
there.
it's lots of them in the
Well,
state that way.
You know,
That's what got the other one.
well, let me tell you what I've done. Now, just in case the question comes up. To begin with, I got a letter out to to each member of the House and the Senate on January the 12th, outlining my priority items in the session of the legislature, enclosed a copy of our legislative program, and then told them that, advised them that our convention would be convening here on such date, and asked them to hold March the 23rd, the night of March the 23rd, open on their schedule. We'd have a banquet, and they'd all be invited to attend. That was January 12th, right after they'd convened. Then, about 2 weeks ago, I got a letter out to each one of them with a form in it to fill out. And this is a list of them here that come back. Invitation to the Mississippi AFL-CIO banquet meeting, Delta Room, downtown Holiday Inn, Jackson, Tuesday, March 23rd, 1976. Name, Senate, or House. Check it out whether there's a member of the Senate or House. I will be able to attend. I will not be able to attend. That was, I asked them to fill this out and leave it with the clerk of the House or the clerk of the Senate. That by such and such date and time that I would pick them up. We wanted this information in order to count the heads, you see. And I went by there Friday, late, to see if there'd been some of them that overlooked them, had got them in, and picked up 2 or 3 that had been filled out, turned in late. And while I was there, Friday afternoon, they'd done recessed, adjourned for the day, I ran into one of your senators, Theodore Smith. Him and his wife was around there. First I talked to her. He wasn't there. I run into her and I asked her, I said, Miss Smith, I'm a little concerned. I said, I don't believe Theodore has indicated whether he's going to be at our banquet meeting Tuesday night or not. She said, well, I don't believe he knows about it. And so he showed up there in a few minutes, so I got into discussion with him, and he says, I never did get invited. I said, don't give me that malarkey, Theodore. I wrote you a letter back in early January, and advised you of it. And I said, just last week, I put another letter out on your desk. I gave it to I left it in the Senate situation. I left it in the Lieutenant Governor's office, and her secretary said she'd see that it was put out on all the desks. And I said, I've got a bunch of them back, but yours isn't here. He said, well, I never have seen it. Well, in the meantime, I run into Ben Stone, Senator Stone from Harrison County. I run into him the day before, and I asked Ben, I said, Ben, you not coming to our thing Tuesday night? I said, I don't believe you filled out a form and sent it back in. He said, well, I plan on being there. Well, I don't know, whether these things got covered up on their desk and they got lost in the shuffle or what. I do know we got a pretty good list back here, which means that a lot of them got them, you know. Otherwise, I wouldn't be getting them back. And some of them that couldn't come said the reason they couldn't come. For instance, Charlie Camp from your county, Mavis. He advises me that he had already committed himself to go to the other thing, you see.
That's for January the 3rd. 12.
Yeah.
He had to plan for real plan.
Well, I don't know, of course, you know, I know what I'd do if I was one of them. It don't make sense for me to somebody from one of these counties be going to something put on by the Oxford Chamber of Commerce when some of their own constituents are gonna be done. But that's a decision they have to make. You know, the individual members of the legislature, I feel a lot like you do if my representatives went down there when I was here, you know.
What I was trying to say is, the people in here,
Yeah.
inform their people from home
Yeah.
to watch that night and see the ones that's there.
Well, the main thing I wanted the board to know, though, was that I did everything humanly possible to get them the invitation, get them the reminder out, and ask them to let us know whether they're coming or not, you see? And that, I think, is about all I could do, you know? But we're gonna have a pretty good crowd of them there. Only thing about it, I'm a little concerned about someone liable to show up and didn't fill out this form, they might not have to.
They won't get anything to eat.
They won't get anything to eat.
So y'all may have to divide.
I don't blame you, don't feed them.
Okay, nothing else, Louis?
Yeah, if, first one bring his wife, would be tickled with bed waiting to fish with me.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Registration table,
Right. Okay.
Beautiful job.
We don't have any real urgent matters to take care of at this particular meeting as I view the situation. So we'll try to make this as fast as we can with your cooperation. Some are routine matters that need to be taken care of by the board. Simon agreed for the full-time officers designating a ward director, director of minority affairs and things of this kind. So, I'd like to present to you first the
He don't get the total.
It's a small part of it.
He don't get the
He don't get the large portion of it.
You got your audit over there, Mary.
I think
Well,
it's
it, according to the audit report.
I think it's 17.8.
95, but cause it's,
17.8.
Don't make more money than you do. What it is.
I knew it's going to taxes.
We got that established yet, what his salary is. Mayor's looking through the report, I think, but I don't think it's broken down, is that what it is?
Well, I know, Mr. Rand, I know 18.5, I know that, subtract that from the other.
I know what mine is.
I'd like to offer a motion with raise the salary $1,500 a year.
Hold it. 17,585?
17,585.
580. Mine's 18,500? Yeah.
18.2.
No,
Well,
mine's
this
18,500. I don't
and
remember where
Mr.
you
Knights,
said
it's not $1,000 difference, and I know
No.
that, so.
No, that's about $700 difference.
That's what it is, 17,585 and 18,500. Now, we pretty well got it established. Now, you offered a motion to do what, Kelly?
Each one of you $1,500 per year.
1,500 on to what it is now. That would put mine at what, 20?
21.
20. Get that established so everybody knows what we're talking about. You wanna add 1,500 on the loan?
On each one, that was a motion, that's the way I heard it. There's only about a $700 spread in them, and that motion will just keep playing spread. And there's only
Everybody had that
$700
up
spread
yet?
in them.
Right.
$20 even,
Right.
and $19,085.
19,085?
No, based on that.
Sure everybody understands, you know, that we're getting the figure correct here.
Anyway, it's 1,500 each on whatever it is.
All right, so that means that 20,000 would be 19,085 for him. All right, you've offered that motion, we got a second for that? Any discussion now on the motion? All right, David.
I'm not opposed to raising, union officer salaries, I hope that's clear. I voted for my international officer raise, and they make a heck of a lot more than y'all make. So I'm not opposed to
Walnut
You know,
dates
the
that
last
night,
time,
wanted to have a convention.
I think I understand what you said, but you see, here's the kind of a situation that we got. It's only been about a year and a half since the last convention, but it was 2.5 years before the last one.
Well, really, followed on this point Marvin's making, and he thinks maybe in the future, and I think I agree with him, we ought to amend our constitution to say that the officers will serve from one convention to another and not state it as 2 years.
Right.
You follow me?
This thing could be challenged on the floor.
In other words, what he's saying is, it says serve for 2 years, and if you hadn't convened in 2 years, then technically you're the officers, you know.
I tell you,
I hadn't thought about it like that, I'm glad you brought it up. Perhaps we need to think about it in the Constitution.
this salary thing, and then, I'd like to make some suggestions along those lines at this first meeting where we can be ready at the next convention. But
Well, the Taylor's not through, I don't think, are you?
No, I think that pretty well gets it before the body, what I had in mind.
Well, you've got it before us, and I think especially them had given it a thought, but it might be that the board needs to think about a constitution change next time.
This was brought to our attention in the Constitution and bylaws that this needs to be corrected. Of course, it can't be corrected until another convention.
Right.
So somebody needs to know.
Well, we will have that in the minutes, okay, to make sure you make a note of that in the minutes, and we'll take care of that matter. When we're ready to, of course, I got some items about some other constitution changes for the next one anyhow, that we could consider, and I'm sure some of the rest of them. Nobody else had to, who was it, John, Mary?
I just suggest that we vote on this money thing and then get back on that because
I was gonna say, this $1,500 a month, $125 a year. $200, this usually this break,
we're not talking about much.
What we don't say is that.
You were talking about $1,500 a year now, wasn't you?
$125 a month.
We're coming out $1,800. We're coming out $1,800 a month a head. That's what you say.
That's about it, that's
So out of that $2,200, you give you $250.
$1,950 left over out of the capital.
based on the present.
That's based on the present affiliation.
That's sort of.
I don't think it's gonna change, I didn't hear anybody complain about it.
Anybody else want to discuss the motion, Brother Shelton?
I think, that we, wait, they need to look at, people working in the especially the other side. Anybody else?
Let's move that motion.
You ready for the question? The salary, you got the figures there before you. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried, so ordered. Thank you.
You don't need a motion, you don't need a motion made to authorize you to come back and negotiate with the office employees.
Yes, he does.
That's kind of mandatory, thank goodness that ain't coming up right away. They looking at you over there.
Chairman, I don't know if you have this item on the agenda, but I'd like to raise a question. What kind of condition of state cars
finish presiding, let me get on over there, because this is one of my most important items. And if any of you can, if you got the time, come on over there. But I told Senator Purvis I'd make a special effort to be there. And it is one of our, top priority items, okay?
I gotta go north.
We'll be looking at all of you.
Yeah.
Tom, I left that bill there with Calvin, you can turn it in, I signed it already.
Tom, I'd just like to
And
say.
tell them folks that it'll be about 4 o'clock before I get out
Your attention, please, Mr.
It was good to have what few of them came last night. However, I would remind you that we got double dealt by a majority of the legislature yesterday and last night. I haven't been too happy about that because the Oxford Chamber of Commerce thing just cropped up in the last few days. They were officially notified of last night, January 12th. Now, some of them will lie like hell and tell you they didn't get it, but they did. But be that as it may, that's up to the delegation and their own legislature. But what I'm gonna say here.
Let me ask you a question right here. That first letter went out when,
It was
January?
put on their desk January the 12th, before Cliff Finch became governor, officially notifying them of this convention and that dinner with them being the invited guests last night, March the 23rd.
I think we ought to send them all a letter.
All right, when did the other?
The other one was put over there about 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago with a slip in it, which says, I will or I will not attend, asking them to leave it with the clerk in each of the respective houses.
Well, the reason I was asking, I had some of my representatives in that category, and I'm going home, doing what Russell said, not from a state body, but my membership, we're gonna let some people know that we didn't appreciate, we spent, that's what Bush Lambert was telling me up there the other day about how much money this Junior Chamber of Commerce had spent on this thing, and he just had to go. I'm gonna tell him we spent a little bit of money, and I think he's down here to represent everybody.
I hope that the people from each area, I think it's more appropriate than for us to get on. Now, here's what I wanted to say. This is all good, but here's something that perhaps you don't know as well as I do. You don't have no idea at the problem that falls down to the hand. Now, it takes everything, and he's had some help from this young fellow who goes to school at Jackson State. You're familiar with that. And from Dan Overy of the AFL-CIO staff. But he has had more than a dozen men ought to have to do trying to stay up with that pace over there, trying to keep up with everything in committee, everything on the floor. And do you see that some of this in connection with this convention I do, but there's certain things that boils down to the president only. And this has put an impossible hardship on him trying to get ready for a full-fledged state convention while the legislature share more than I can explain to you here today. Now, I simply would like to make a recommendation, Secretary Treasurer. I'm not asking you to make a decision today, but I'd like for you to think about an alternative to this. Is that the board consider not having a full-fledged constitutional convention while the legislature's in session. Instead, if there is something, if you feel like we ought to do something while the legislature is here, have a one-day and night legislative conference, which does the same thing. It gives time for him to make a report on whatever is pertinent over there at the time. Also for them to adjourn and let everybody go over there as they did this time. Then if you want to have a reception or a dinner or a reception and a dinner, do it that night. All I'm saying that this imposes an almost impossible hardship on him to try to pull this type of thing off while they are here. Now, there's something else. Now, I know what all of you know, particularly you boys in the construction industry, about what that big word says. This outfit there will cost 100% that he's got, Southern Bell equipment. Well, let me tell you something now, and I'm complaining a little from my point of view, because I'm the guy that's been down here fighting with the city. Well, Kevin, I there's just been one doggone thing after the other. All right, their rules here are rigid to the extent that last night we bought 39 plates that wasn't eaten. That cost us $257 last night. It went in the garbage can. Now, if this had been anywhere else in Mississippi, I said in Mississippi, not in Jackson, we might have paid for 5 to 10 plates. And I'm telling you, I resent the hell out of it. Amen. Because I feel like, as Secretary of Treasurer, I'm responsible for this. And I don't mind telling you, I am mad as hell. And I hope I can keep my temper and get out of this building and not do something I'll be sorry.
I tell you, I'm just a little better than folks who didn't say that many years back.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. And you see, I can prove by these girls here, and Brother Jackson and some others that was on Mary, well, no, Mary wasn't on the registration committee. You just, there ain't no way to explain to you what went on down there. In addition to trying, did you know we had about 65 delegates, and I'm proud of this, as you are. We had about 65 delegates come in here that had to be registered completely, that had not registered. We didn't even know they were coming. And we were trying, to scoop up the replies from the legislature over there, the House and the Senate, as to who was coming, who wasn't coming, and they changed their mind every few hours. I'm telling you the truth, man, there ain't no way I can explain the kind of problem. We had a good convention, but we're down now doing the spade work here. This board needs to know these things. We all have a job to do. But the thing concerns me is the thing we've incurred, and as scarce as money is, we wound up trying to accommodate some folks, trying to work with an impossible situation. People that are over-impressed with their facilities, they don't care whether you come in here or not. They'll tell you in a minute. And
It's nice.
so I thought the board ought to know this, and that's the reason I offered that alternative to a convention. Russell, I recognize what you said, and I think it can be done, but I think we can do it at a time other than our regular constitutional convention. As I said, I wanted to talk about the hardships that's placed on Claude Ramsey while he wasn't him, because the man has nearly gone crazy.
I also add that, although the hotel was built almost 100% units, they also got one of the largest non-union construction companies in the world.
Yeah, right.
They put a steel erected Camillus and Continental Trailway bus station down right here in Jackson. They use construction companies. And they complete old job.
So I would personally appreciate it if this board, as I say, I'm not asking you to do anything now, because we've just come out of the convention. But God knows, I think there are some things we can make a little better on all of us, and we can still accomplish what we feel like we got to accomplish. That's all I'm saying.
Another thing that makes me feel bad, good about this place, we get a parking ticket down there, get it validated. You know, on the front of it, you have to see that. I'm just proud to see that. I put up a lot of stuff where I see that kind of stuff, I say, well, it's a little bit easier, that's raising a little more air, they like that. They don't have to put up a lot of ground.
We had an afternoon session, 2 o'clock, before he was talking about it, 2 o'clock, I pointed out.
They can say, they told me a while ago, if I didn't have mine out by 2 o'clock, they moved
So, they really, I've never failed to be able to negotiate with any other place we've ever been, get them to meet you halfway, they just don't believe it. Is there anything else to come before this board?
And on the other hand, I got some of the best services. You call them, tell them you'd like to borrow an arm, they'll send an arm, they'll travel an arm and board.
I'm not saying,